Here we go on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, we are live streaming on the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, which you can get in a variety of ways. Apple, Google Play. I'm Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there. Oh, boy. So, Phillies last night, they lose to the Yankees in what was like a Little League game at times. They get swept in the series against the Yanks. We'll get into that. Bob Wankel will join me in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll have some more on the Sixers all season. Now that the NBA is in the books, Kevin McCormick, our Sixers contributor from 97.3 ESPN.com and Sports Illustrated, will join us in the 3 o'clock hour. Adam Kaplan, football at 4, all the latest on Zach Ertz and maybe even Steve Nelson. We'll see what happens with all that. But I want to start with that Philly series against the Yankees. Look, I saw people last night tweeting away, putting their messages out there. Oh, the Phillies, this is why you have to sell. This is what you have to sell. This is why you have to sell. I got news for you, people. This team can't sell. You understand that, right? I feel like this is a daily lecture. The Phillies can't sell. They don't have anything to sell. You watched that game last night and ask yourself, who does anybody else want on this team of any substantial value? Yes, they can make trades. You are right. This team can make trades. They can trade Gene Segura. They can trade Didi Gregorius. They can trade Andrew McCutchen. But when you say sell, I feel like I have to explain what selling means. When you're a seller because you have a player on your team that is a good player that other teams want, and they want to give you a lot for because they need to improve their team. The Phillies have guys that will help other teams improve, but the problem they have is they're not star players. The Cubs are sellers. Why? Why would the Cubs be different than the Phillies, right? The Cubs are different from the Phillies. They are sellers. Why are they sellers? They have star players on a team that is disappointing. That's a seller. The Cubs are sellers because they have Chris Bryant and they have Craig Kimbrell, two players that other people want on a team that's 8.5 games out of first place. The Phillies are not quote-unquote sellers because they don't have players that other people want. They have players that people will take. That's different. You see the difference? The Phillies have players that, yeah, we'll take them, but we don't necessarily want them. In other words, I'll take Gene Segura, but I don't want to give you anything for him. The Cubs are different. I want Chris Bryant, and because I want him, I know I have to give you something for him. There's your difference. So the Phillies aren't sellers. You might say they're sellers in the term that, well, they shouldn't win this year or they can't win this year. They're not going to win this year. Sure. But they're not sellers in the way that you want them to be sellers. Like, hey, they need to sell pieces away because their farm system's not very good. Well, they're not trading Gene Segura, Didi Gregorius, Andrew McCutchen. First off, they're not trading all three of those guys. They might trade one. They might trade two. I would doubt they would trade two, but they weren't trading three. And if they did, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're 3.5 games out. You're not a seller. I hate to break it to you. As bad as they play on a Tuesday night in July or Wednesday night in July, the last two nights, that's not making or breaking their decision right now. You know what's making or breaking their decision? They are 3 games out, 3.5. So I see they got to trade. They got to sell. They got to sell. Can't sell with this team. Now, you can sell if you want to sell Rhys Hoskins, who had a great base running gaff last night. You can sell if you want to trade Aaron Nola, who has a 6.10 ERA in his last 8 starts. They could try to sell those two guys and you might get something in return of value that would help your organization out. That's what selling is. I have a player, Chris Bryant. I can't sign him. Other people want him. So what can I do? I can trade him because it can help replenish the loss of him. If I trade Gene Segura, I'm not replenishing anything. I'm getting a mid-level double-A arm. That's what that gets me. That's what that will bring me back in a trade. There's 3 teams in this National League East right now chasing the Mets. The Phillies, the Braves, and the Nationals, right? And they are all led by GMs that have made moves in the past. Dave Dombrowski is a move maker. He has a long history of making moves, that we know. They are making moves. This team is going to add. It might not be an addition that you like. It might not be an addition that you're all that excited about. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news, which I frequently am, because I'm the realist, and many times fans just pontificate. Oh, I want to sell. You got to sell. This team needs to sell. Dude, what team 3.5 games back in the standings, who, by the way, hasn't made the playoffs in 10 years, with Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, Zach Wheeler on their current roster, they're not selling. Come on, be a realist. Be a realist. I know it's not a fun way to be a fan. Being a fan is, sell, stink, terrible, blah. And then you listen to this show, and I am the real guy. Phillies aren't selling. I mean, unless they get swept by the Braves and then swept by the Nationals, yeah, then all of a sudden, as Dave Dombrowski said the other day, if all of a sudden we're 10 games back, right? If all of a sudden they're 10 games back, then yes, you would get your wish. Dave Dombrowski the other day said this.
We're not selling. I mean, we're not in a position where we're looking to move players off our team. Now, if you're in a position and anything can happen in 10 days or 2 weeks, I mean, if all of a sudden, and I don't like to take this scenario and don't think in the next, if you lose 10 games in a row, well, that might be one thing that's a little bit different. Or if you win 10 games in a row, it's a little bit different. But we're in a position where we're in this, and we're going to try to make our club better here over the next time period.
Yeah, we're going to try to make our team better here over the next time period. So I hate to break all the tweets that want the team to sell. It's not happening. Again, unless you're rooting for them to lose the next 3 out of 4 against Atlanta and 3 out of 4 against Washington, then yes, you might get your wish. But until that happens, 3.5 games back, you're buying. Now, what are you buying? I don't know. You're all over the map. You're all over the map with what you can buy right now. You need bullpen help. That's evident, right? That's evident, period, point blank. You need bullpen help. What else? Well, you need starting pitching help. Bad. You need starting pitching help bad. Because we don't know what's going on with Eflin. And guess what? We're at the point now where you simply can't trust Aaron Nola. Tuesday night showed that to us. Can't trust him. Bob Wankel, who's going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour, he brings up amazing points about Nola. His ERA is 4.64. You know what the Phillies bullpen ERA is? 4.64. Aaron Nola, every 5th day, is the Phillies bullpen. That's eye-opening. He has a 6.10 ERA since June 1st. That's eye-opening. His last 8 starts, he has a 6.10 ERA. You need starting pitching. I can't count on Aaron Nola anymore. I need bullpen help, but not one arm. I need at least 2 and maybe 3, just like they did last year. They got Brandon Workman, Hembry, and David Hale. Now, those 3 guys stunk, but they went out and got 3 guys. They realized they needed 3 guys. They went out, got 3 guys. Those 3 guys didn't get the job done. If Matt Klentak can get 3 guys, I think Dave Dombrowski needs to figure out a way to get 3, because that's what you need. There's a couple of pieces in the pen that you can live with. Ranger Suarez, Archie Bradley. After that, Connor Brogdon. I thought Brogdon, threw well last night. But you got Brogdon, who threw 2 innings scoreless last night. You had Bradley that threw pretty well. You had Suarez that has been throwing well. Bailey Falter's been a problem because he can't stay off the COVID list. That whole thing's another problem in the story. I thought Spencer Howard threw the ball well last night. It's the best I've seen him look in a while. They got to figure out what they're going to do with Spencer Howard. They got to figure out how he can help this team. I have advocated Spencer Howard go to the back end of the bullpen so he can help this team. You know why? Because you can't be a seller. This team has to win right now. Are they winning the World Series? No. But they have to go for it. They are stuck, and they can't get out of it. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, coming up later, Bob Wankel's going to talk a little Phils with us here. We also will be talking some NBA and stuff with Kevin McCormick in the 3 o'clock hour as well. As we'll get, there's a couple of things that are going on with the NBA now that the all season's here. You're starting to get an outpouring of stuff from the sign and trades we talked about yesterday with Jake Fisher. The different free agents that are out there and which teams are connected. So we'll get all the latest on that with Kevin McCormick. And, some under-the-radar names. The Sixers have been kind of tied, I guess, in the New York papers to Reggie Bullock, a wing player who's an interesting shooter who played for the Knicks last year. So we'll get McCormick's take on that. The obvious stuff with Dame Lillard, C.J. McCollum, which has constantly been out there, what they can do with Tobias Harris. But the Phillies tonight, they've got this series starting with the Braves. And they are in a position where, look, you can't split these series. And if you do, you got to hope you get help. But they've got to win this series against the Braves and the next series against the Washington Nationals. These are 2 NL East teams back-to-back here before you do the trade deadline. They have to show that they can stay in this race because this team is not a selling option. They are not a selling option. Okay, you're not the Cubs. You're not 8.5 back. You don't have stars that are at the end of their contracts. Sellers are teams that have stars at the end of the contract. The Phillies don't have that. If Bryce Harper was at the end of his deal, you're a seller. If JT Realmuto was at the end of his deal, not the start of his deal, you're a seller. Hey, we're not going to re-sign JT. He's at the end of his deal. What do you want to give us for him? That's a seller. Bryce Harper has 10 years left on his deal. You're not selling. JT Realmuto just signed his deal. You're not selling. The only guys you could sell are Rhys Hoskins and Aaron Nola. And at 3.5 games back, Dave Dombrowski is not going to handcuff his team to the point where he sells his number 2 pitcher. And what did he say the other day? That he thinks their offense is part of the reason why this team has kind of started to get back into the race here.
I think the strength of our club probably falls in a couple places. One is our 3 top starting pitchers are really good. Now, Wheeler's been outstanding this year. He's been another level. And I think Nola and Eflin have been good. Maybe not as good as they've been in the past sometimes, but really that's a strength of the team. When you start with those 3 guys at the top of your rotation, that's a pretty good place to start. I think our everyday lineup, when it's together, has the ability to score runs. We haven't been together very much at all, though, this year. But when we have, it's just over a short time period, we score runs.
Yeah, so he brought up 2 things. The everyday lineup right there. If you take Rhys Hoskins out of that everyday lineup, all of a sudden, is that a strength again? Look, I'm not the biggest Hoskins fan in the world. I don't hate the guy. I think he's the only piece offensively that you can logistically trade because he doesn't make a lot of money and has some value. Aaron Nola, he just mentioned the strengths of our team. That's a selling point. We have 2 strengths of our team. He just said it right there. The top-end starting pitching, our top 3 starting pitchers, and our everyday lineup. So if I'm going to trade something and I want to, quote-unquote, be a seller, I got to move my strengths. So that's the only selling that this team has. That's the only selling this team has. And why would I? This is why Dombrowski said this. This is from the Takeoff podcast with John Clark. He said this, and this is why I don't see him trading Rhys Hoskins.
When we've had our everyday lineup in there, we've scored runs, but we just haven't been together very much. But when we're together, we have had the ability to put some runs up on the board. And I think we're in a position that when we can put them all together, and if we can keep them on the field together, that we have a chance to be in a position where we score runs, hopefully get on a little bit of a streak and try to win the division.
So he talked about they can win the division. Why? Because of their offense if it's together. So I would cross trading an offensive player off the list, which means Gene Segura, Didi Gregorius, Andrew McCutcheon, even Rhys Hoskins. Based on what he said there, we can win the division. Why? Because of our lineup's intact. We're as good as anybody else. So why would he trade an offensive player? He just talked about his strengths, the top 3 starting pitchers. So is he going to eliminate one of the strengths, 2 of the strengths of his team? That's why I don't see. So what about prospects?
We could make a deal with prospects. I mean, I know that ends up being, people say that, they don't have any prospects. I've been in that position before, and I've also been in where they have the most prospects. So, but no, we could make deals if we needed to. There's no question about that. Now, do we want to make those deals? Do we want to give those particular players? But we have a lot of players that are highly regarded by other organizations. So that would not be the holdup in that case.
So that's not the holdup. I'll tell you this. They're not trading Mick Abel. They're not trading Bryson Stott. I don't know that anybody else in the organization, you're not calling the Cubs up and saying, hey, can I give you my 5th best prospect for Craig Kimbrell? I don't think that's happening. Now, could the Phillies pull off a big surprise and go with Chris Bryant? The whole Alec Boehm situation has turned into a really weird mess all of a sudden. He's on the COVID list. He had COVID. He's not ready to come off the COVID list. He's still feeling the effects from COVID. Because of his COVID, Nola missed a start. Barely falters back on the COVID list. That is something to keep in mind here as well, which is this COVID situation that the Phillies have had has really forced their hand. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Look, I think Dombrowski's going to do something. There's a lot of bullpen arms that are available. They do have some secondary prospects that maybe they can go want to get one of those secondary bullpen arms. If you're going out to get Craig Kimbrell, I would imagine you're going to have to do something a lot bigger. Is Spencer Howard someone they're ready to give up on? My biggest fear is that they trade Spencer Howard and he goes someplace else and he's at the top of somebody's rotation. Now, this is an interesting comment Dombrowski made on the podcast. Take a listen.
We are looking to rebuild the farm system, and we're taking some strides. I think we had a great draft last week. Brian Barber is in charge of our scouting department, amateur scouting. I think they had a great draft. They had a smaller draft, but some players that we liked from last year. And we have some others, of course, in the organization too. So you're always looking to try to accomplish that because the best organizations have great scouting and player development systems.
So he says we're looking to rebuild the farm system. So what they could try to do is go the Ruben Amaro Jr. route when he was on his way out the door. What did he do? I'll trade Chase Utley. I'll trade Jimmy Rollins. I'll trade Cole Hamels, guys who were older. Now, Cole Hamels a little bit different situation. Rollins and Utley really didn't have any value towards the end of their careers. And they just said, hey, if you go back to those trades, right? If you go back to the Jimmy Rollins trade, when he gets traded, it's just, hey, give me an arm. Just give me guys, give me an arm, give me something. And in that deal, they got 2 pitchers. One of them turned into Zach Eflin. Now, Eflin has turned into a nice player for you. So his philosophy was really on my way out the door or when I'm trading these guys out the door, give me an arm. Give me an arm that I can throw into my minor league system and see what happens here. They traded Chase Utley away and got nothing. Darnell Sweeney was a bit player and outfielder. That didn't help you out at all. When they traded, who was the closer? They traded to Washington. Papelbon, right? When they traded Papelbon, I think that was the trade that got them. Man, who's pitching down in Boston right now? Man, I'm getting old, right? Who's the pitcher in Boston right now that everybody hated when he was here? This is an easy answer. Come on. Everybody should get this at the same time. Pivetta. Nick Pivetta. Yes. Thank you, Josh. I think Papelbon got traded for Pivetta. So it was like, hey, just give us an arm. Just give us an arm and see. Let's see. Let's go back to that trade when he got traded. Yes, he got traded for Pivetta. So Papelbon gets traded for Pivetta, and Pivetta was a guy who made the majors for you. Like, you got to hope you get trades like that. Gene Segura, here, give me a player who's like a Pivetta. Give me a player who's like a Eflin. Guys who are in your system, but you don't think all that much of them. He's kind of just hanging around, and then we trade him to you. You know, when he got traded to the Phillies, Pivetta was 7-4 with a 2.29 ERA at Class A. He was a Class A pitcher. Now, he ends up making it to your starting rotation. That's a win. Like, that's the kind of trade that now Papelbon, that's a sell. Papelbon was a closer. He went to another team to close. Segura's having an all-star type of season. So he's the one guy that you're hoping that, hey, you know, when I talk about Jimmy Rollins gets traded, he got traded for Zach Eflin. Eflin at the time was in the Dodgers system, right, and was actually a decent prospect for them. That's what the Phillies need to try to look into. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. You can download the app in the App Store, Apple, Google Play. Make sure you check out our app. Tap on the app. You can text us through the app now. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, Kevin McCormick, Bob Wankel. We'll talk a little Sixers and Phils. Adam Kaplan at 4 for football at 4. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey, this is not a test. If you're looking for a deal on a new vehicle, get to Matt Blatt Nissan and get $2,500 off on every new 2021 Nissan Murano SUV in stock.
It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Yes, get $2,500 off every new 2021 Nissan Murano in stock. Drive it today with 0 down and pay 0 interest for 60 months. Plus, Matt Blatt Nissan will buy your current vehicle for cash or trade it for top dollar. What do you get? $2,500 off. 0 money down, 0% interest on every 2021 Nissan Murano in stock. And don't forget our fast track checkout. So bring any vehicle and Matt Blatt Nissan will buy it for cash or pay top dollar for any trade in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Rate qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR financing based on 1667 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 8/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Do you hear My Computer Career ads and think, I don't know anything about computers? Well, you don't have to. Before starting, many graduates could turn a computer on and off. And that's it. Now they're IT pros. You could do it too. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new life in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's My Computer Career.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
We're planning a trip to Spain later this year.
But our Spanish is...
It's pretty bad. So we're using Babbel.
Babbel's conversation-based method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive, bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
There's no easier way to learn another language.
Ahora hablamos español.
He just said, now we speak Spanish.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Staples Connect has everything for back to school at amazing prices. Right now, Crayola 12-count colored pencils and 10 plus 2 Crayola marker bonus packs and Bic Round Stick Ballpoint Pen 10 packs are just 97 cents each. So you won't just be ready for school, you'll be Prepared Parent of the Year ready.
I just want to thank my family and Staples for making this possible.
Visit your local Staples store or staples.com/back to school today and get more than ready for school. Ends 9/18, limit 30 on Crayola. Big pens in store only.
At Lowe's, we know your home is an expression of you, and we see you walking down these aisles of possibility, running your finger on that marble top Allen & Roth vanity, regularly $5.99, but now $3.49. And finding that perfect rattan pendant at an everyday low price of $99.98. In our showrooms of style, you'll find whatever you're into at a price you'll really get into. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate at Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 8/29/21. U.S. only.
Today, I'm taking it to the streets to give people the good news. Oh, excuse me. Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive. Did you know?
Sorry, who?
Flo. You know, I do commercials.
Oh, okay. I stream TV and radio. You know, no annoying ads.
Okay, hurtful. But did you know Progressive's Name Your Price tool lets you choose options based on your budget?
Wait, you're not going to use this in your commercial, are you?
Well, we were hoping to.
Because I don't really want to contribute to the constant barrage of advertising that adds to the cognitive dissonance, which is in my...
Hey, on to our next person.
Get options based on your budget with the Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Attention, South Jersey business owners. If your biggest question is, how can I find more customers, then Town Square can help. Go to mylocalcustomers.com for a free competitive analysis that will show you how the most successful businesses in South Jersey grow and how you can do it too. These strategies are simple, and we can show you how to apply them to your business. Be one of the first businesses to sign up, and you'll receive $500 in free advertising on this radio station. Visit mylocalcustomers.com. That's mylocalcustomers.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
The offseason is finally here. Jake Fisher. We told you about Jake's book, which I'm almost finished reading. It's right here in my hand. Built to Lose, how the NBA's tanking era changed the league forever. And you can get your copy for the beach this summer. I think Jake is going to be vacationing at the beach. If you want him to sign it for you, he'll be at a Wawa near you. I kid. I don't know that Jake can hear me because I think he would be laughing at my stupid jokes right now. So one thing that he reported at Bleacher Report that I want to get into is he wrote the article about a week ago. He was on vacation last week, so we were going to try to have him on last week, but we got him back this week. NBA league insiders expect a flurry of sign-in trades this summer. And in that, he talks about the Clippers options. He talks about what the Lakers might do, but also, obviously, the Philadelphia 76ers. All right, I think we got Jake Fisher there. Now, you missed all my good jokes before you came on. You couldn't hear me.
I'm sorry, man, but now I have you. So we troubleshooted that, quit the browser, and here we are.
There we go. You figured it all out. So Jake is back. I told you his book is called Built to Lose, how the NBA's tanking era changed the league forever. I'm about halfway done.
Okay.
About halfway. You know, it's been a long summer. I got some vacation time coming up. This will be with me on the beach. And I mentioned you'll be down at the beach. Maybe someone will run into you at a Wawa, and you can get an autographed copy at the Hoagie Fest.
Absolutely. I'll be there definitely Labor Day weekend and I think July 30th. So shoot me a tweet if you're down there. And yeah, we'll link up. I'll have a Sharpie on me and we'll get you a John Hancock.
Yeah, check him out on the Ventnor Beach over there, on the Ventnor Beach near you, Jake Fisher. All right, Jake. So the season ends last night. Obviously, Giannis is the story. And I'm wondering, in your opinion, how if that championship, Giannis drafted, stays there, no super team, changes the complexion, or is that the anomaly?
I don't think it changes the complexion at all. I mean, that's the goal of what tanking teams are trying to do, right? That they're trying to get their superstar through the draft and organically build it and hope that that player one day attracts other all-stars like Drew Holiday to stay there long-term, and then they continue to build a complementary roster around that core, and they dip further and further into the postseason until they're lifting that trophy up at the end of the day. I think where Milwaukee got really lucky was that Giannis fell to them at 15 and give them credit for taking him where they did. But, they thought Jabari Parker at number 2 in 2014 was going to actually be the face of that franchise and be the number one option on that team. It's a testament to Giannis that he did what he's done and he's worked this hard. And he's saying it last night that, they're going to do it again next year. This guy's not satisfied. So I think, what it does do is it reaffirms that the personality and the intangibles about these guys and the intel that these scouts get behind the scenes is just as valuable in the draft and in targeting these superstars than their talent on the court.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, is that you wrote about this in the book. They could have had Joel Embiid at number 2. They decided to go a different direction. Can you imagine Joel Embiid and Giannis? I don't know that they could coexist on the same team, but that would have been kind of interesting seeing what Giannis did last night. 20 of his shots came within the painted charge area. So they have made some mistakes along the way, but while they didn't tank to get Giannis, teams tank to get a Giannis.
Yes. And, I mean, the Atlanta Hawks were all over Giannis in that 2013 draft I wrote about in the book. They flew him covertly down to Phillips Arena at the time and put him up in Danny Ferry's house, their GM then. And, Milwaukee just, they were stealthy, that they kept their interest quiet and they jumped in and selected him at 15. I think, he's also a testament that team building is not a straight line. It's an indirect path where, there's going to be all these unforeseen variables that come into play. And they did not expect Giannis to even play for them that first year. They thought he was going to be in the D League, which was before the G League even became a thing, right?
Right.
So, they get injuries to a lot of people. That's when Larry Sanders got in a fight in some bar and broke his hand and got suspended. But that gave him a lot of time to actually play and grow at that top level. And it really, springboarded him moving on to the future. So I think a lot of this stuff, a lot of building towards the future, just like with Philly, right? They did not think they'd be in the situation right now where Ben Simmons is potentially the biggest name available on the trade market in the NBA. They weren't giving him up for Kawhi Leonard back in 2019. So it's just building teams is all about kind of picking and choosing your spots and mitigating unforeseen variables that pop up along the way.
Jake Fisher over at Bleacher Report, you wrote a very good piece about how this summer could kind of shape up, and it could be the summer of the sign and trade. How prevalent might that be, and how prevalent will Daryl Morey be a part of that?
Well, I think with Daryl, it depends on if Kyle Lowry is the answer, is the solution to figuring out this half-court creation hole that the Sixers have, and that's the only way to get Kyle Lowry. They don't have the cap space to sign him in free agency. He's looking for a big deal. So whether that be with Ben Simmons or, something else with sending back, a younger piece or future picks or whatever, that's the only route that Philly can get Kyle Lowry. But there's other situations too where, Danny Green, if he gets a pricey deal from somewhere else, maybe it's a number that he wants that, Miami or another, team that thinks they're a contender wants to throw at him, but they only have a couple more. They don't have a couple million to spare because of their salary restrictions. Remember, the Heat did the same thing with Jimmy Butler and Josh Richardson, sending a deal back or a player back. So maybe even losing Danny Green could net a good replacement for Philly. There's a lot of options for Daryl to use that sign and trade clause to make this team better.
Is that their only way to get this team better, the sign and trade? Is that because they don't have money in free agency, they can't be a player there. So is the sign and trade Daryl Morey's really only move?
No, I think there's going to be a lot of people who are in on Ben Simmons. So far, I reached out to Minnesota and Cleveland, 2 teams that were rumored to have, made overtures for him, if you will. And I don't think a deal is getting done in either of those situations, where the Sixers are definitely pinpointing wanting to get another all-star caliber player back. Maybe that's a Karis LeVert. I've started to hear that he might be available in Indiana. But I think they're looking bigger. I think Daryl definitely. Before I say this, I want to temper everyone's expectations, being that he's not available for trade yet. But I think Daryl's absolutely looking at Ben as an opportunity to go and get Damian Lillard. I think he is, but we're a long way away from that scenario unfolding. So I would expect Ben Simmons to be in the fold for Philly, deep into August, maybe even. I think this is going to be something maybe like that Andrew Bynum trade, not to give Philly fans PTSD, but that developed slowly after the Olympics. After all-stars came back from playing overseas and realizing, I want this, I want that. So I think the fireworks in Philly might take a couple of weeks. They might not happen in the very beginning of free agency.
If Daryl Morey, you mentioned Dame Lillard, does he settle and take a CJ McCollum? Does that make sense, or is there a bigger fish, or does he say, if I can't get the guy I want, I'll just bring Ben back?
Portland's in a very similar situation to Houston was with James Harden last year, where they know he wants probably out at the end of the day, but they're open to trying to make some moves to keep him there because he's at least slightly open to staying there too. So the biggest piece on the flip side of that potential Ben Simmons to Portland deal is Portland thinking that maybe they can move CJ McCollum to get something back to improve the chances of keeping Dame. And I do think that is, like you mentioned, I think it's a pretty straight connection for both sides. I think CJ answers a lot of questions that Philly has. That half-court creation we talked about Kyle Lowry. And sure, the defensive shortcomings of CJ are something that may limit his value, but that would also, I think, be attractive to Daryl, being that in a CJ for Ben framework, I think Portland has to give up more assets than Philly in that regard. So maybe that's appealing and intriguing for Daryl to use whatever comes back, whether it be a future first or something, or a second-round pick or whatever, to actually keep furthering improving Philly on the margins.
Jake Fisher's with us. He's got a great sign and trade article over at Bleacher Report. Check him out and check that out. Don't forget the book is Built to Lose, How the NBA's Tanking Era Changed the League Forever. And we saw two teams that, I don't know if you want to say tanked, but the Bucks were not very good one year. They had the number 2 pick. They missed there. What about the Suns and what's next for them? Because I don't know. Did they tank? Would you call them a tanking team?
Yeah, Phoenix absolutely tanked. They were very detailed in the book, being that Ryan McDonough got hired right at the same time that Sam Hinkie did in Phoenix, and McDonough actually tanked. That made more tanky moves in that 2013 offseason before the 13-14 year, more than Sam. He traded for Emeka Okafor, who had a herniated disc in his back, and he was trying to target as many multiple first-round picks in that 2014 class with Embiid and Wiggins and Jabari as he could. They just ended up being a better team than they thought. And they got Devin Booker at 13 in 2015, but right back, they slid down the standings when they move on from Goran Dragic and Eric Bledsoe and so on and so forth. And they get DeAndre Ayton in 2018, number 1. And with those two guys, that's what drew the attention of Chris Paul. Chris Paul was not being traded to Phoenix unless the Suns had a real shot at signing him long-term after this season. And the only reason they do so is because Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton are there. That's the key to tanking. It's getting superstars who can not only push you towards contention, but can also draw the eye of other players, other all-star caliber guys to try to join them as well.
All right, Jake Fisher, make sure you guys check out the book. We got about a month and a half left of this summer. I encourage you to do it. Built to Lose, How the NBA's Tanking Era Changed the League Forever. And check out Jake. Of course, you can follow him on Twitter at Jake L. Fisher. That's how you can find out how to get the book, Amazon, wherever you guys get books. I actually listen to the book, while I'm driving to work. That's how I'm hearing the book. That's why I'm only halfway done so far. I only work 5 minutes from my office, but I got the vacation time coming up. I will finish that book by the next time we talk, Jake. All right, man?
Thank you, Mike. Always a pleasure to join you, man.
This weekend on Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio, the Chicago White Sox sit high atop the AL Central, while the Milwaukee Brewers in first in the NL Central. And the two go head-to-head this weekend in Milwaukee.
Well struck left center field, way back and gone. Jose Abreu will touch them all.
The Brewers and White Sox. Coverage begins Saturday at 6:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern.
Listen to Major League Baseball on 97.3 ESPN.
Want to go see the Birds play in Vegas against the Raiders this fall? Travel to the game in style with Philly Sports Trips. Check out their travel packages today at phillysportstrips.com.
No matter the mileage, no matter the make, no matter what you owe, Matt Black Kia wants your vehicle today. Even if you don't want to buy a new car from us, we need to replenish our inventory, so we need your vehicle, no matter the situation. Stuck in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released. Get cash for your car today, up to 125% of Kelly Blue Book fair market value, even if you don't buy a car from us. However, if you are looking for a new ride, take advantage of New Jersey Charge Up Incentive Program. Get 10 grand off on all brand new 2020 Niro EV, all 2021 Kia Souls, $1,500 cash back, or pay 0 interest for 60 months on every Kia Sportage, Forte, and Stinger.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 or 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1667 per 1,000 borrowed. Negative equity financed into new loan. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details. Higher speed. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
We're planning a trip to Spain later this year.
But our Spanish
It's pretty bad. So we're using Babbel.
Babbel's conversation-based method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
There's no easier way to learn another language.
Ahora hablamos español.
He just said, now he speaks Spanish.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Some people are easily moved.
Wasn't that just the saddest movie ever?
Whatever. Others, not so much.
Oh, look at the puppies!
Just dogs, but smaller, so what? But even those who aren't easily moved.
Look, your long-lost brother's been found.
Oh, hi, Mike. Can be moved by us. Yeah, we're that good.
Use Clark's Moving and Storage in Rio Grande for your next local or long-distance move. Visit Clark's Moving and Storage online at clarksmoving.net.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
Josh Hennick here, filling in for Mike Gill. Mike Gill and I are splitting the show today here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike will be back in the next hour. He's doing his preparations, getting ready to take some time off, but he's still chilling with you guys for the next hour. Of course, Kevin McCormick, our Sixers beat writer at 97.3 ESPN.com. Coming up next hour, Bob Wankel to talk about the miserable Phillies series with the Yankees. 2 pathetic losses. He'll come up in the next hour. Also, football at 4 with Adam Kaplan, NFL Insider, also to come to join with Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget the text board is open, 609-403-0973. You want to join in the conversation, 609-403-0973. Also, you can join the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Send us a text message right through the app as well if you so please. or you could jump on the stream. You watch 973 ESPN on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You get us on any platform you so please. Now, just happened very, very recently. You can see the full story at 973ESPN.com, or on the 973 ESPN mobile app, as I am doing right now. But the Flyers, they just made a trade. And this came pretty much, this comes off as the Flyers were not waiting on anybody kind of deal. Because after the expansion draft last night, they needed to open up salary cap space. And so they did so. They have traded Shane Gostisbehere plus 2 second-round picks to the Arizona Coyotes. Now, the Flyers get nothing in return except for $4.5 million in cap space out of the deal. So they didn't get a player in return. They get a draft pick in return. They literally just asked Arizona to take the money off their hands, take the player off their hands. So a pretty bold move by Chuck Fletcher there to literally trade a guy for nothing in order to create cap space. So again, the Flyers have traded Shane Gostisbehere away. And we'll talk with Kevin Durso more about this coming up at 5:20 tonight here on the Sports Bash with 97.3 ESPN, because last night's expansion draft was bizarre, to say the least. They didn't really take a lot of guys to give a lot of... The perception around the league was that the Seattle Kraken were going to take a lot of other teams' financial problems, let's call them that way, and create opportunities for them to make trades themselves. Instead, they took a lot of players who either were specific types of leaders or they were just so ridiculously young with a lot of potential. So the Flyers were in a position where the NHL draft is tomorrow. They had to open up some salary cap space. And Chuck Fletcher basically paid somebody with draft picks to take Shane Gostisbehere off his hands, dumping him in Arizona. This is no small thing, folks. The guy literally just paid somebody off to take this guy off their hands. This would be like if Daryl Morey found the team to take on Tobias Harris's contract, who could absorb most of the money, and then took a random player in return just to dump a contract. It's not on the same level contract, obviously, but the idea is the same. You're literally paying somebody. It's like the Brock Osweiler thing. Remember when the Texans paid the Cleveland Browns a second-round pick for them to take Osweiler's abominable contract? Same concept as what they're doing with Gostisbehere here. So that's the big news that came down in the last little while here. And of course, we'll talk with Kevin Durso more about that coming up at 5:20 tonight. Also, you can check out my Top 10 Thursday article this week. Kevin Durso will be critiquing that coming up as well tonight. That would be the top 10 Flyers skaters drafted. So, guys, the Flyers drafted. You can check out that top 10 list over at 973ESPN.com. More on the Flyers coming up at 5:20 tonight with our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. Also, I'm still shaking my head about the Phillies game the other day. I know Gill opened the show talking about the Phillies, and to me, last night only proves that this Phillies team has to make a trade. Okay? They must make a trade as soon as possible. I understand that Dombrowski is saying that they got to be measured, they got to be smart, they got to be reasonable. I've heard the whole thing. But the Phillies could have won that game last night. They were literally going against a pitcher who nobody on planet Earth ever heard of unless they were a diehard, in the nitty-gritty baseball fan. And their bullpen actually did okay for a little while. But this is 2 straight games now. The Phillies pitching staff just couldn't hold up. And I was saying this last night on game night, and I'll say it again right here. I don't want to hear about Byron Buxton or Starling Marte until this team does something that is dealing with the issue of the pitching staff. And I understand that people like Dombrowski for his organization are putting on a nice face when it came to the bullpen. But anybody with two eyeballs knows that this team needs pitching. And I don't know what they're going to do, because when Dave Dombrowski says this on the John Clark podcast, I'm just curious, what does this mean for this team? Are you going to make a trade or are you going to not? Dave Dombrowski, the man in charge of the Phillies baseball operations, said this.
Our weaknesses, our defense is not our strength. We hope that we outscore that part, our defense, with the lineup that we put out there. Actually, the back end of the bullpen, of course, has struggled at times. It's been a little bit better recently, but it's a situation where I think we have the ability to get it together. Some of the guys have started to throw better. So, for example, a premium piece for us out there, a guy like Ranger Suarez, who wasn't with us earlier in the year, he's an important part. Archie Bradley's all of a sudden starting to throw the ball much better. So I think that's an area that for us has struggled at times, but it's getting a little bit better.
So there you go. He thinks they can outscore their problems. And while that sounds cute and it sounds nice, I just don't believe that. I don't believe there's a scenario where they can just outscore everyone all the time. So I think you need pitching. And I think that last night proved it. And I don't want to hear about COVID. I don't want to hear about all this other stuff. I want to hear that you're going to fix the problem, Dave Dombrowski. I don't want to hear about all the other garbage. And to me, it's very fruitless. It's very frivolous, because when I look at the Phillies, I see a team that has the potential to win the division. And you were so close to the Mets before this Yankees series. By the way, a Yankees team that had been struggling in recent weeks. A team that only had a couple more wins than you on the season. You go in there and you lose both games. You're back at 500. You're back 3.5 games behind the Mets. The Mets don't got DeGrom right now. They don't got Lindor. The Yankees are a beatable team, and you lose 2 to the Yankees. So instead of going against a team that seems equivalent to you in terms of their season and their numbers in some ways, you let them thump you around. I know you're not supposed to overreact to one series or one set of games or whatnot, but that's just how I look at it, folks. If the Phillies are going to be serious about winning, they got to get pitching. And Dombrowski said they're not selling players off. So if they're not selling, they got to buy. And we are now 8 days from the trade deadline, and the Flyers made a trade before the Phillies did. The Flyers made a trade before the Phillies did. And the Flyers literally paid Arizona in draft picks to take Gostisbehere and his contract off their hands. My goodness. I mean, you're just out there handing away draft picks, giving them away. Chuck Fletcher is speaking right now to the media. He says the cap situation is now better after the deal. Chuck Fletcher also just told the media that he has turned down different offers that included Cam York and the 13th overall pick to move Gostisbehere. If that's the case, then Chuck Fletcher made a very good deal, because you can't trade both Gostisbehere and Cam York. You got to trade Gostisbehere, and you're not trading the 13th overall pick to get rid of Gostisbehere. So if you're going to give up a couple picks, and not have to give up Cam York, I think Fletcher did a good job. Again, the details, according to our own Kevin Durso, reporting that the Flyers have traded a second-round pick and a seventh-round pick to the Arizona Coyotes. They get nothing in return. It's a salary dump. So the Flyers make a trade before the Phillies do. Great. At least one GM in this town is paying attention. This is not a diss on Dave Dombrowski, but after last night, I was kind of hoping for something today. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Mike Gill will be back in the seat coming up in the next hour. He'll talk more about the Sixers, about the Phillies. Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad at 3:40 p.m. Sixers beat writer Kevin Durso at 3:18.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 3 o'clock hour here. McCormick going to join me in about 20 minutes from now. Bob Wankel at the back of the hour. I was looking at this after the NBA Finals ended the other night. The power rankings for next year came out. Power rankings are just fodder. It doesn't hold any water or weight or anything. But I thought this was kind of interesting. So the NBA power rankings for next year, no moves have been made, no free agency, but just based off of what has happened. Milwaukee is number 1. Brooklyn is number 2. Phoenix is number 3. The Lakers are number 4. And they're sitting at number 5 is the Philadelphia 76ers, which I find to be interesting. They're ahead of the Utah Jazz. They're ahead of the Atlanta Hawks. They're ahead of the Denver Nuggets. They're ahead of the Clippers. They're ahead of the Miami Heat. They're ahead of the Golden State Warriors. So a team that was so disappointing in their loss to the Hawks, why are they sitting there in the number 5 spot? Right? Why are the Sixers still at number 5? It goes back to the theory and the thought that people from the outside view our team so much differently than we do. It is one of the more interesting quarrels and conundrums when it comes to this Philadelphia 76ers franchise since 2013. They have constantly been viewed so differently from the outside than we on the inside. There is still a ton of respect for this team. We talk about the process didn't work, this, that, the other thing. Entering next season, they are still thought to be a top 5 team in the entire league. Right? They're still thought to be a top 5 team in the league. This is a team that had a disastrous second-round exit, which, look, Ben Simmons completely came up small. But they are still thought of enough that they are more well-respected than Utah, more well-respected than Denver, who has the MVP of the league, who's going to be getting Jamal Murray back, we would imagine. More well-respected than the team that knocked you out in the Atlanta Hawks. It should only be better. More well-respected than the LA Clippers, who probably will, we'll see what happens with Kawhi. He's got to have surgery on a partially torn ACL. More well-respected than the team that has Luka Doncic. More well-respected than the team that has Steph Curry. So why is that? More well-respected, by the way, than the team that has Dame Lillard on it, who everybody wants, and I don't blame you. But context is king. Let's put into perspective here. This team is a top 5 team in the league that just needs that one little kick, that one little push, that one little get me over. Like the Phillies getting Pete Rose in 1980, right? They need that guy. Pete Rose wasn't the star of the team. He was the guy that pushed them over the top. And why are they top 5 in the league? In my opinion, Joel Embiid is one reason. But Daryl Morey, the Philadelphia 76ers president of basketball operations, the respect this team has is based on their front office and the ability to improve the team from a disappointing second-round exit to now get me over the top. You know, perspective is a big thing. The Sixers have been disappointing in the past, but probably where they belonged. This time they were disappointing, but probably a bit of overachievers to get there. Those losses, much like the Bucks, add up. The Bucks finally harnessed them, and it got them over the top. Now the question is, will it happen for the Sixers? And can Daryl Morey find the guy that kind of, boom, puts them over the top? The Bucks did it. They had multiple losses that were disappointing. They had a 60-win season that ended in disappointment. They had a 56-win season that ended in disappointment. But here they were. And they got Drew Holiday. And that was the guy that helped push them over the top. The Sixers need to find their Drew Holiday. They don't necessarily have to trade Ben Simmons. They don't necessarily have to get this huge overhaul. But what they need to do is find the guy who pushes them over the top. Find the guy that can be that secondary player. That, to me, is maybe bigger than just trading Ben Simmons for the sake of trading Ben Simmons. Yeah, if you give me Dame Lillard, I'll game. I'll trade Ben Simmons for Dame Lillard. Almost begrudgingly. I still have this fear of Ben at some point of his life. I talked about this yesterday. You know, you used to love certain music, and then you kind of grow out of it, you know? In 1989, I listened to Public Enemy all the time, and, Black Sheep, and, Ice-T and Ice Cube. And now at 44, yeah, I still will listen to it if I hear it, but I'm not buying the CD. They don't sell CDs anymore, but you know what I'm saying. Your taste changes. Things change. Your mentality changes. Ben Simmons' mentality at 24, he might like to go out, enjoy himself, date, have fun. And I don't know what age that changes. What age did it change for you? I used to like to go out, have fun. There was nights where you felt like you're sitting in and you're missing something. At what point did that kind of go away? At what point does it go away for Ben Simmons? And does it click for him? You know what? I'm a little older now. I've experienced all this stuff. It's time for me to kick it into another level. I don't know that that will ever happen. But it's almost not about Ben Simmons for me. It's about that second guy. The Sixers have the pieces in place. They just need that Pete Rose. They need that secondary guy. Now, sure, they can go the major route and just start over. But I don't know that that's necessarily the best way to do it. Dame Lillard was asked if he expected to be in a Trailblazers uniform at the start of next year, and he said, yeah, I expect it. But teams are going to call. And Kevin O'Connor at The Ringer, as we talked about on the show, the Heat, the Kings, the Knicks, the Rockets, the Sixers, they have been the most aggressive teams in making calls. But unless you get Dame Lillard, I don't know that there is a Ben Simmons trade out there that makes a lot of sense. Because to me, every trade that I have heard for Ben Simmons is trading Ben Simmons just to trade him. It doesn't make you better. It just makes you different. And I'm not putting a lot of weight into these power rankings, but I think they do tell the story. Is this team is still a top 5 team in the league. They're right there. They just need their Pete Rose. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, Kevin McCormick will talk a little bit more about with us. And we will get into some Phil stuff a little bit later with Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad. But think about that, right? The Sixers are right there. They have a new coach. They're going to be having guys like Tyrese Maxey and Matisse Thybulle, both a year older now. I think Morey, what he's going to try to do. Now, this is, look, obviously, if he could trade Ben Simmons and get Dame Lillard, I think he's going to do it. If he could trade Ben Simmons and get Bradley Beal, I think he'll probably do it. Outside of those two guys, I don't think he pulls the trigger on a deal. Outside of those two guys, I think he stays with what he has. However, those guys that he brings in, he's got to figure out a way to get a guy, right? He's got to find a way to get a guy that can add more than the players you had this year. And I know that sounds very simplistic, and of course. This team is not far. That's the point. And I think Morey knows that. I think Morey, he's not going to panic and just trade Ben to trade Ben. He feels the same way I do probably. Man, I don't want to be the guy that trades Ben Simmons and he's out in Portland because I got CJ McCollum and he's out and I'm falling short because CJ McCollum just simply isn't good enough. He's made me not better, but different. CJ McCollum is the I don't make you better, I make you different. CJ McCollum is the, hey, we just moved Ben to move Ben. And then you're watching Ben out in Portland dunking, cutting to the lane. I think it's time for Ben to sit down, as we talked about the other day, watch his games that he's had big nights. But don't just do something that makes you different. If you're going to do something that makes you better. And I don't think there's too many trades out there that make this team much better. But I do think there are some tweaks, some tinkers, a couple of screws here. The Sixers have their superstar, right? They have their superstar. Joel Embiid is the difference maker. He is their superstar. They got to find a little bit better supporting cast. Not a lot better supporting cast, a little bit better to push them over the top. Can they get creative? Right? Can they get creative? If anybody can get creative, it's Daryl Morey. If anybody could get the job done and figure out a way to get that right player in here. And I don't know who that right player is right now. The free agent list is, evolving. We've had a couple guys opt out. They can't really spend big money. But what they can do is sign in trades, get creative. And I think they have the right executive to get it done. So the message for you guys is don't do something that makes you different. Do something that makes you better. The free agent class of Sixers players, Danny Green, they got to figure out what to do with him. Dwight Howard, they got to figure out what to do with him. Big time. The backup center position has been an albatross for this team behind Joel Embiid. It cost him in the series against Toronto. It cost him in a lot of playoff rounds. Every time that Joel Embiid left the game, Dwight Howard, in the past, not Dwight Howard, Greg Monroe, those type of guys, Amir Johnson, couldn't get the job done. So they got to figure out what to do with Dwight Howard. They got to figure out what to do with Furkan Korkmaz. You're going to bring him back? All that stuff. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Don't forget, download the free mobile app. Do that in the Apple Store or Google Play, and you can take the Sports Bash on the go. Tap the text app, and you can text the studio. You can listen to all the shows and get all our content from our team of insiders like Kevin McCormick, our Sixers contributor, who is going to join me coming up on the other side here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And then we'll talk a little bit about this Phillies mess with Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad. Adam Kaplan at 4 o'clock here on the Sports Bash. I love this new app, which it's not new, but the fact of the matter is it does so many things. But the new feature, you can text the text board through the app. You just open up the app and hit the text us feature, and you can get your message right to us here on the Sports Bash. Take the show on the go. All right, Sports Bash this hour brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage. Sorry, I need to get my read here. Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey. For your next local or long-distance move, Clark's Moving Storage is their first call. They're dependable and always show up online, clarksmoving.net. I'm Mike Gill. Kevin McCormick, our Sixers contributor, joins me next.
This weekend on Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio, the Chicago White Sox sit high atop the AL Central, while the Milwaukee Brewers in first in the NL Central. And the two go head-to-head this weekend in Milwaukee.
Well struck left center field, way back and gone. Jose Abreu will touch them all.
The Brewers and White Sox. Coverage begins Saturday at 6:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern.
Listen to Major League Baseball on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead with male breast reduction. Many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your private consultation with Dr. Lyle M. Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER, or visit ilovelyle.com.
Hey, it's Mike Gill from the Sports Badge. If you're an advertising salesperson, how would you like to sell my show, the Sports Bash, here at 97.3 ESPN and Town Square Media? We're hiring new advertising salespeople to sell the Sports Bash, the #1 sports talk show in all of South Jersey at the #1 media company in South Jersey. Selling the Sports Bash is the job that will take you as far as you want to go. An excellent compensation package awaits you, as does a creative and fun working environment. So join the team on the Sports Bash and Town Square Media. It's truly the most advanced media company in all of South Jersey. Start or build upon your sales career by becoming a member of our team here at 97.3 ESPN and Town Square Media. If you're interested, apply at townsquaremedia.com. Click on careers. Town Square Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Art Every Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, NBA Finals in the books, which means the NBA offseason is here. We've been talking about all the possibilities. We're going to break it all down right now. Kevin McCormick, our Sixers contributor from 97.3 ESPN.com. You can also check out all his coverage of the Sixers and the NBA over at Sports Illustrated and at Kevin MCC NBA. What's going on, Kevin?
Gill, I'm honored to be upgraded to the Bash. Usually it's me and Josh killing things over on game night.
It's no upgrade here. We're all the same. We need your information for the night crowd. That's what we do. But we want to get your information for the people right now because there's so much going on. You've been writing a lot about it over at 97.3 ESPN.com and Sports Illustrated. So let's get into some of the offseason possibilities because now they're here. Now it's real. The season is over. So let's start with, I guess, where do we go? Ben Simmons and Dame Lillard. Where do we think that path will take us?
I feel like it's still a little unclear just because the Dame Lillard thing, it still feels like it may not be in full force yet, but it feels like the straw that's going to break the camel's back could happen at any moment. I know during his Olympic press meeting, he kind of talked about he was going to meet with Chauncey Billups and Neil O'Shea to talk about the future of the team. So I feel like he's going to give them one last shot in the offseason. And if he doesn't like where things go for them early on in the offseason, we could see that Damian Lillard sweepstakes. And as we know, if he does become available, Daryl Morey is going to be in the mix for him. He was one of the last men standing for James Harden. He was one of the last men standing for Kyle Lowry. If a player like Dame Lillard becomes available, Daryl Morey is sure to be inquiring about it. And with a chip like Ben Simmons, if Portland is looking to not fully blow it up and kind of bring in a star in the process to kind of headline the next phase of the organization, a package around Ben Simmons, maybe Tyrese Maxey, maybe Shake Milton, Matisse Thybulle picks. I feel like if Dame Lillard becomes available, the Sixers are going to have one of the most enticing packages for Portland.
All right, so the Sixers are among some of the most aggressive suitors for Dame Lillard. You wrote about that from the Ringer report out there. And obviously, the other teams that were mentioned, I don't know if you remember them off the top of your head, but there were 6 teams mentioned. Do the Sixers have the best package for Portland amongst the teams? And I would imagine more than 6 teams are going to be interested. But the known teams, do the Sixers have the best package?
I think so. Miami could be a sneaky one. I believe they were one of the ones as well. But the rest were teams like New York and Sacramento's been a really interesting name that's been kind of in the mix for all of these teams, especially after they said they don't want to move on from De'Aaron Fox. So outside of that, I mean, they're really only throwing in guys like Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley. Maybe they move on from Halliburton. But, yeah, outside of maybe Miami, if Miami was willing to throw in Bam Adebayo to headline their package, I would say they could potentially compete with what the Sixers could offer. But, they'll most likely try to base it around Tyler Hero, Andre Iguodala's contract, Precious Achua, and stuff like that. So in terms of those most aggressive suitors from Kevin O'Connor's report, I would say that the Sixers would be able to put up the best offer.
All right. So Damian Lillard is obviously the big piece in Portland. Could Daryl Morey settle for C.J. McCollum, or is that something that Morey not a big enough fish for Morey to fry?
I feel like he would wait, just because even when he first got here, he kind of talked about not doing moves for the sake of doing them. He's only going to do them if they increase the team's chances and make them more of a title contender. So I feel like if you strike out with Damian Lillard, that maybe you stand firm and potentially bring Ben Simmons back on the Sixers next season. There's been reports of that it's not confirmed that Ben Simmons is going to be gone. I feel like it's more likely at this point, but there could be a chance that he brings him back. Daryl Morey is one of the best at what he does, and I really don't see him trading Ben Simmons for the sake of trading Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
He will wait for a better offer, whether it's a Bradley Beal or a Zach LaVine or a more enticing target from that. So I don't know if C.J. McCollum's necessarily the needle mover.
All right, Kevin McCormick covers the 76ers for 97.3 ESPN.com and Sports Illustrated, so you can get all the offseason coverage from Kevin. Draft stuff we'll get into as well. A lot of offseason stuff here. Let's get into the possibility of a minor player. I don't want to say minor. That's not really fair, but some reports about Reggie Bullock. That would probably be something that would not move the needle big time for a Daryl Morey type, but is that the type of secondary moves that the team should be looking at? Or should all the focus be on finding the biggest fish they can and pair them up with Joel Embiid? Because as the Ringer report suggested, that the front office has some pressure to get someone in Joel Embiid's prime. So should they put all their focus on doing that, or is adding these secondary pieces something they should be doing first?
I would say you kind of have to find that happy balance. Obviously, a majority of the focus should go to a big play like that because, as we know, superstars run the league. You don't become a championship team by making lateral moves. You make it for, going for the big swing. Look at Milwaukee, what they did last offseason, throwing all their chips in for Drew Holiday, and it netted them a championship a season later. So, yes, obviously, most of the focus should be going towards Damian Lillard and be on that front. But you also have to look at the big picture. Danny Green is a free agent. Furkan Korkmaz is a free agent. Those are potential roles and players that you're going to need to replace. So, like you said, bringing in a Reggie Bullock isn't necessarily this huge splash, and he's not going to headline or be on the posters of anything, but it's one of those necessary lateral moves that the Sixers are going to need to make if they want to remain competitive.
Are there any names in the Reggie Bullock vein, I guess, same level that are out there that interest you? I know that a couple of Norman Powell opted out. I don't think you can bring him in. I don't think the Sixers don't have money to be a player for someone to that level, right? But are there other guys that intrigue you?
Maybe Will Barton from Denver. I agree with you on the Powell thing.
I'm a Will Barton fan, by the way. I like him.
Listen, Will Barton and Norm Powell, both guys on the market now that the Sixers were linked to at the deadline. I don't know if they'll be able to afford Powell now.
That's a sign and trade deal, right?
Yeah, they could potentially land a Norman Powell in a sign and trade depending on what Portland would be willing to do. But Will Barton is a name I like. Patty Mills is another one that I'm very big on. I actually wrote about it for SI about Matisse Thybulle potentially recruiting him while they're over in Tokyo in the Olympics.
I feel like Patty Mills' name has been tied to this team for a while.
Reggie Bullock, all of those names. Buddy Hield now with the Kings rumors with Ben Simmons. I feel like all of these regular names are circulating again. But listen, Patty Mills should be a very interesting name, similar to kind of what Danny Green brought in the sense of he comes from that San Antonio system. He was around for all that winning, that success. He understands what a team needs to do to take that next step. He fits a role that they need of he could be your sixth man and kind of anchor that second unit. He can facilitate an offense. He can also score for himself. And then you could also run him with that starting lineup and play him alongside a Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris. So I would say kind of in that mid-tier free agency range, Patty Mills might be at the top of my list.
All right, Kevin, obviously everybody's anticipating something happening with Ben Simmons. But if something does happen with Ben Simmons, is it draft night, sooner, later?
I would have to say later. I think when you're dealing with such big names at play, deals like this kind of don't happen overnight. We saw how long the Harden saga dragged out for. I think with, being in the offseason and not being as pressured of being in season, that teams are going to wait and kind of stack up all their chips and see how things play out. So I expect this Ben Simmons saga to go well into the offseason and maybe push up into training camp.
All right, there's a lot there that we talk about the Ben Simmons report, and obviously all of the trade rumors there. What about Tobias Harris? In your opinion, is there any potential Morey pulls the trigger and finds a partner for Tobias Harris? He found someone for Al Horford last year, for God's sakes.
I don't know if moving on from Tobias Harris is necessarily at the top of the list. Obviously, him and Doc Rivers are extremely close. They have a very functional relationship both on and on the court, whether it was in LA or Philly. Doc Rivers has had Tobias Harris looking like an all-star type of player. And looking at the grand scheme of things, I feel like Tobias Harris can still fit this team in the sense of when you're looking at the full makeup of a team. I still feel that Tobias Harris could be your third guy on a title team, and Joel Embiid showed that he can be the first. So I think in whatever you decide to do with Ben Simmons, you kind of need to find that middleman between the two of them. So I think in terms of being that quote-unquote third star, that Tobias Harris fits into that role very nicely.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just wondering if there's a move to be made to give you the cap flex. I don't know, get cap flex because you got to bring the same salary back, but maybe cut some years off, or if someone's like, just willing to do much like last year. Hey, are you willing to do? Like, I don't hate Harris. I don't think, but to me, he's not Middleton. I think that's the problem. The Sixers' problem to me is they don't have a Middleton. I don't have a problem with Simmons being what he is. The free throw shooting's got to be fixed, but they're going to lose a lot defensively if he goes. They're going to lose a lot of versatility. They're going to lose a lot of playmaking. They're going to lose a lot in the open court. He's got to be more aggressive. I don't know if they pop a tape in of him against – I said this the other day. You pop a tape in, and people don't pop tapes in anymore, but you're a young guy, McCormick. But if you show him the video, hey, this was you against Denver. This is you against the Nets in the playoffs a couple of years ago. This is you against the Bulls. This is you against the Rockets. And then pop the tape in of Giannis and say, look what this guy does. He doesn't shoot either. I'm not even asking you to develop your game. I'm just asking you to be a badass. They need to find a Middleton guy. That's their problem. And how do you do that? You either have to, upgrade way over Ben Simmons with a Dame Lillard, or shift Harris to the third role and find an upgrade to him because he can't be the number 2 guy. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, I feel like that kind of reared its head in the postseason. The Ben Simmons thing is interesting, especially comparing him to Giannis, just because him and Giannis, while they could be similar, they're so very different. Giannis is just of a different mindset. A lot of people say they're built different, but I will say that Giannis has shown that he really is built different.
Well, Kevin, it's the internal will and want that you innately have or don't. Giannis has it, Ben doesn't. And that's, I don't want to say it's a knock on Ben. He was not born with that internal will and want. You're not born with that. That's something that you innately have. You can't buy it. You can't get it. You can't be taught it. It has to be in you. And so far, that is not in Ben Simmons. It is in Giannis. And that's what separates two guys who are flawed offensively and are very limited offensively. Giannis he took 20 shots in the charge area. 20 in the charge area. He took 5 shots outside of that area in the entire game and scored 50 points. So the limitations Ben has on offense isn't what's hurting him. It's the will and the want that holds him back.
Exactly. And even though Ben Simmons has his limitations, he is still a winning basketball player. Don't get that wrong in any sense. The Sixers finished atop the Eastern Conference this season, in large part because Joel Embiid was one of the most unguardable players in the league. But Ben Simmons also played a role in that. Like you said, if they move on from him, losing a ton of facilitation, losing a ton of defense. I feel like if they do decide to keep Ben Simmons in Philadelphia, it's time to fully turn him into a souped-up Draymond Green. And like you said, maybe that does involve moving on from Tobias Harris to get a better kind of middleman that can create on the perimeter, that can work in the pick and roll with Ben Simmons, and you can use him in that short role similar to the same way Golden State does with Draymond Green. So Ben Simmons is still a phenomenal talent. He's a Swiss Army knife guy who can give you so much. And, I just think that the point guard experiment is done. It's time to completely shift his psyche, his paradigm. I think you can elevate him using him like a similar Draymond Green type, but you need to properly equip him with the right backcourt players.
And he's got to have enough pride to, let his pride drop and have enough in him to say, I am a better player in this role than the role that maybe I want.
Exactly. And he has been a big preacher of he doesn't really necessarily put a label on position. Same with Doc Rivers. He says he doesn't really care about positions either. It's all about play style. So if you were open to your continued style of play, what difference does it make who you're necessarily sharing the floor with?
Giannis saying the other night, I don't know if you saw the TV interview, I think he did with Malika Andrews, and she said, he goes, she didn't want to be called MVP after one MVP. Now you've won two. Now you're a champion. He says, don't call me anything. Where Ben likes to use the crutch of, I was a 3-time All-Star. I'm the 13th. He wants to throw at people his accomplishments, where Giannis doesn't care about his accomplishments. He just wants to keep adding them. That's the difference mentality-wise, and I don't know that you get that from him. That's the one concern I have. I don't know that he can become this guy who just freely doesn't care about what others think of him. And if he can't, he's going to hold the team back. That's what I think.
It's clear that his battles were between the ears. He even said it himself during that Atlanta series. A big part of what came from his deficiencies in the postseason was mental through the hack-a-ben and stuff like that. And that is a situation where it could be necessarily tough to fix. I know before the bubble, Jackie McMullen came out with a report that he was seeing a sports psychologist. So I don't know if that was something he stopped, or maybe he might want to ramp up moving forward. But I agree. It's interesting because when like you said, if you go back and you look at the tape of Ben Simmons from his 40-point barrage in Utah to, other impressive showings in the past, and then you go to that Atlanta series, it's almost like it's two different human beings in the same body.
It's amazing. I talked about this yesterday. The guy averages almost 16 points a game in his career. And everybody out there will say he's limited, he doesn't shoot, he doesn't do that, you don't score 16 points by accident in the NBA and that shows you the talent and just how raw he is and how good he is. The fact that he can score 16 points and have essentially no offensive game is amazing. It's amazing that he can score in this league almost at will. It's the mental, it's the will and the want. And I don't know that he gets that. I don't know. And that's what concerns me moving forward. But it also concerns me that somebody else somehow gets it out of him. And that worries me almost even more because he is so young.
I agree. I mean, he just turned 25. There's still a long way ahead. When you look at Giannis, I mean, this is what, his 8th, 9th year in the league. These things don't happen overnight. Some stars are late bloomers. And although Ben Simmons was tagged with, the next LeBron and was a number 1 overall pick, that doesn't necessarily mean that his development was going to happen overnight. These things, they take time. And, it's just at the point now where the Sixers don't necessarily have the patience anymore because Joel Embiid has inserted himself into the upper echelon of the NBA elite. He was, arguably the MVP this season. He's in his prime now. And as we've seen in the past, big men don't have, these long of careers. So it's one of those, the Sixers are in between this rock and a hard place of, that Ben Simmons still has this limitless potential, but you have to strike while the iron's hot because Embiid is showing now that these are his peak seasons.
Kevin McCormick, 97.3 ESPN.com, Sixers contributor, Sports Illustrated, covers the Sixers in the NBA, at Kevin MCC NBA on Twitter. Follow him there. Check out his draft list of guys that he likes for the Sixers. The NBA draft a week from today. Wow. Holy mackerel, that flew up on us quick. And then the summer leagues right after that. So we have the Olympics, the draft, summer league, and then we'll be back to the NBA. And, of course, all these Ben Simmons Sixers rumors will be settled by then, we think. Or maybe he'll start the season on the team and they'll be talking about it all season up to the trade deadline to see if they move him. All right, Kevin, good to catch up with you, man.
Thanks a lot for having me on, Gill.
You got it. Kevin McCormick here on the Sports Bash. Like all guests here on the Sports Bash, brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. At Matt Blatt Kia, they want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. All right, when we come back, Phillies with a terrible showing last night, a terrible showing in the two-game set against the Yankees. So now what? We had good vibes on Monday, bad vibes today. Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad, who covers the Phillies, will join me to discuss coming up next.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
We're planning a trip to Spain later this year.
But our Spanish is...
It's pretty bad. So we're using Babbel.
Babbel's conversation-based method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
There's no easier way to learn another language.
Ahora hablamos español.
He just said, now we speak Spanish.
All right, everybody, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Phils took one on the chin last night in Little League fashion. We saw a missed fly ball, didn't end up hurting them. Bullpen, a problem again, a lot of miscues in this series. So, Bob Wankel, you were here on Monday, and we had good vibes. Now we're here on Thursday. Vibes not so good. Buyers on Monday, sellers on Thursday?
Good question. The Phillies are good at one thing and one thing only. They are good at not letting you feel too comfortable or too good for too long. And that's the one thing I can say about this team. Listen, I actually don't think the reality's really changed too much in 2 days. I still think they're buyers. I still anticipate that they're going to buy, but I will say this. If they're going to buy, there's 2 different ways to do it. Number one, you make a deal that is going to make you better in the short term and also next year. Or you make a series of win now 2021 moves, but you've got to make multiple moves. Like if the Phillies are going to go out and trade any meaningful prospects whatsoever for one bullpen piece or one starting pitcher, it's not enough. They're probably three separate trades away from really making this team a contender this season. So I do expect them to add still, but concerning week here so far.
All right, let's break down a little bit what happened in this 2-game set against a bad Yankees team, an average Yankee team. Although this
Day at Ferguson.com.
Although this version of the Yankees is not very good. I mean, they are basically playing a 4A team. Ruben Amaro brought it up multiple times on the broadcast last night. Oh, here's another guy just filling in. And you get swept by a team in this Yankees team that doesn't have great pitching last night, doesn't have a great lineup last night. So the warts are there. Number one, I know the Miller play in right field didn't end up hurting them. They got out of that inning. But why is he in right field? What's the story there?
You know, I asked that when that play happened. I said it kind of begs the question: why is Bryce Harper not in right field to begin with? Now he fouls the ball off his foot in the middle of the game, and so presumably at that point he's hobbled. They talked about sending him for X-rays afterward. But why wasn't he starting the game to begin with? He's a guy that had a 4-day All-Star break. He had Monday off. He didn't play the second game on Friday night because of dehydration issues. Like, these games matter. You got to put your best lineup out there. And I know that Bryce Harper isn't a Gold Glover out in right field, but I don't really understand why.
Well, you're playing a guy out there in Brad Miller who's not an outfielder.
Right. I just don't really understand the conservative approach with some of the personnel sometimes with this team. I really don't. And I thought it was kind of head scratching. So that being said, that play was not the difference in the game.
No.
The difference in the game for me was the 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position last night. Listen, they're going to continue to blow games in the bullpen. You saw what happened to Hector Neris last night. He's going to have those blow-ups. So he'll get on a nice run, and then he's going to have those types of games. That's what they are in the bullpen. But what they are supposed to be from an offensive standpoint is a team that can score runs in bunches. And we started to see that a little bit at the beginning of this month. You're not going to do it every night. But against that pitching staff, with what the Yankees trotted out there last night, the fact that they had only scored 2 runs in the early to middle portion of that baseball game is just not good enough. You cannot win like that. They have to be able to out-hit their mistakes. And last night they had several opportunities with the right guys at the plate who had absolutely dismal at-bats.
Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad. There's so much in this series. I want to get your thoughts on what they had to do. Obviously, Eflin gets hurt. That's out of their control. But they really didn't know what to do. They bring back Spencer Howard. Now, he gave him a nice outing last night. So now what?
Yeah, I mean, now what is that they're probably for the foreseeable future, barring a trade, probably going to have to come back to another bullpen game at some point. And I mean, when you have a bullpen that's not very good to begin with, like, I don't need to tell you this, but to rely on them for 9 innings is not an ideal scenario. I mean, you come to a guy in Matt Moore who's done a nice job since coming back into the rotation for 4 or 5 innings at a time, has not given them any length whatsoever this season. And it's going to further tax this bullpen again tonight, probably. It is an unenviable situation for a manager. And this is what we talked about a minute ago. This is why they have to be able to out-hit their mistakes. And they did not do that this week in New York.
No, they didn't. But the pitching staff is rapidly thinning. I mean, they've got all sorts of problems going on with the pitching situation. And obviously Howard, we don't know if he's going to stay up. Is he going to go back? Do they now say, oh, you know what? We're going to put you right back into the rotation. I mean, this poor kid, I feel like he's the next Scott Kingery.
It's not an ideal situation for him and his development. Listen, you have him as a starter, you move him to the bullpen. You want to bring him back as a starter, he's unsuccessful. Then you say, for the best interest of both us long-term and you and your development long-term, we're going to let you go down. We're going to let you really breathe, figure this thing out, work you back into a starter, and next year we're going to let you rip because we still have all the confidence in the world in you. Well, here we are, circumstances being what they are, they bring them back up again. And are they going to do this 2-inning, 3-inning opener deal with him now. I mean, what they're doing with him from a developmental standpoint is just mind-blowing.
Malpractice.
Yeah, it is.
That's the word that you're looking for. Malpractice. I filled the blank in for you.
Yes.
Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad, covers the Phillies. Phillies taking on the Braves tonight, but we're taking a look at this Yankee series and what happened here. Aaron Nola in game number 1. You chronicled a lot about Nola, I think, over at Crossing Broad. 6.10 ERA over his last 8 starts. Very un-ace-like, but not only un-ace-like, not number 5 starter-like. I mean, if you're getting more quality starts from Vince Velasquez than you are Aaron Nola, what is the underlining story there?
A couple numbers on Aaron Nola that are just unbelievable, really. Going back to June 1st, opponents are slugging over his last 8 starts, 536 against him, an 850 OPS. Entering last night's Yankees game, the Phillies bullpen this season had a 4.64 ERA. Aaron Nola has a 4.64 ERA this season.
Wow, that's perspective right there.
Yeah, Aaron Nola has been the Phillies bullpen as a starting pitcher this year. And you know how you feel about the Phillies bullpen. So, I mean, I think that kind of tells you all you need to know. As far as his last start goes, for 4 innings, he limits the Yankees to 1 run. He's doing okay. You go, all right, this is workable. We can deal with this. But by the 5th inning, he's already in the low 80s with his pitch count. Then he has some bad luck. He runs into some bad luck. Didi Gregorius makes an absolutely horrendous play at shortstop, throws a grenade past Ronald Torreyes. Game's tied. Then he comes back, elevates an off-speed pitch to Brett Gardner, uses the short porch out and right, 3-2. But then, I say, like, he runs into some bad luck in the 5th, but then Joe Girardi says, we're completely depleted in our bullpen. We need you to step up. We really need another inning out of you. And what's he do? Goes out and gets blasted to the moon by Gary Sanchez, gives up a double, and he's out of the game after 5 1/3. There are so many issues with him right now, but it all starts with the fact that he's not consistently commanding his fastball. He's got to figure it out. The Phillies can make 14 different trades at the deadline if they want to. If he doesn't pitch better, they have no shot.
They have no shot at all. You're absolutely right about that. Now, Dave Dombrowski kind of hinted at in that podcast with John Clark that it was a mechanical thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, the hope was over a 2-week stretch that he would be able to reset. They had worked on some mechanical issues. Hold
on. Did you find it odd that Girardi essentially sounded as if he thought the layoff was why Nola, wasn't the thought, hey, he should be well rested, he hasn't thrown, he should be refreshed, and Girardi indicated that he hadn't pitched, and that's why he didn't look good.
Yeah, well, Joe Girardi has said on numerous occasions that he is always worried about his starting pitchers 2 times a year, the first start of the season and the first start following the All-Star break. For whatever that's worth. Some guys have had a lot of success and been really sharp coming out of the break with a little extra rest. Aaron Nola, for a few innings the other night, I didn't think it was anything to do about rest. I mean, he came out and was pitching fairly well. As the game went on, he started to kind of lose it. So I don't buy that at all. It's just, to me, it's another excuse for a guy that really is out of excuses. He just has to pitch better.
Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad. The Phillies swept in New York as the bats kind of go silent. No clutch hits, as you mentioned. You chronicled that. The Eflin injury is a problem. We'll see how long he is out. He has had this injury in the past. Lots of reports suggesting that they're looking at 4 starters, bullpen upgrades, stuff like that. As you kind of mentioned, they're in a weird spot. And Dombrowski said, we're not sellers, and nor should they. Like, we've talked about this, Bob, but they can't be sellers. They don't have the roster to be sellers. This isn't a selling type of roster, because when you sell, it's in the hope of selling a Chris Bryant and getting better, of selling a Craig Kimbrell to get better. They don't have a selling roster, right?
They are just in this really weird limbo. I mean, if they split with the Yankees this week, you're feeling a little bit better. If they don't go on the run that they went on the previous 2 weeks, you say, like, it's a clear sell. Get rid of Andrew McCutchen. See what's out there for Gene Segura. Flip Vince Velasquez to a team that's looking for a 5th starter. But like you said, none of these guys are going to provide the meaningful return that you're seeking when you sell. And they don't have a roster that is really in sell mode. They're in a win now situation. And to be honest with you, they're 3.5 games out, and it's still a very winnable division. And what happened in New York this week, I don't think really alters that reality. Now, if they fall behind by 6 games by the time the deadline rolls around on the 30th, that may change the dynamics of things. We get another 7 or 8 days out, they fall a few more games out, maybe it changes their tack. But right now, I expect them to buy. I expect them to make multiple low-level, mid-level deals and try to win this thing. And we'll see.
Yep, I think it's a very interesting story. As we talked about earlier in the week, they had the Yankees for 2, and now they have this 8-game stretch against National League East teams, which, next time we talk, Bob, whenever that may be, we might feel much differently that day than we do today.
Yeah, well, we'll see. You would think without Ronald Acuna, you're getting this vulnerable Braves team that played a doubleheader, though I guess they probably only played a total of 12 innings yesterday because I believe their second game with the Padres was postponed. But you're throwing Charlie Morton tonight. I believe you're coming back with Wheeler Freed on Friday night, Velasquez Smiley Saturday. And I believe it's Tuki Toussaint and Aaron Nola on Sunday. And so, when you look at this, you say, this should be in the Phillies' favor. They should take 3 out of 4 from this team if they're a playoff contender. But I don't know. I mean, those pitching matchups, just straight up, sounds like a split to me. So I think that we'll just continue into this limbo through the weekend.
Yeah, anything that has to do with Nola now, you got to be a little wishy-washy on. Before, it was like, hey, Nola, Wheeler, you got to win those games. But the way you've broke it down, when you say it the way you did, his ERA is the same as the Phillies bullpen. That's a problem. Phillies bullpen, another problem. The Neris, last night, that inning, which, he ends up giving up the homer. And it was like Dombrowski had said the other day, hey, if you got Ranger Suarez in a deal with his numbers, you feel great. Okay, he's been good. Bradley's pitching better. But other than that, there's so much inconsistency. And therein lie goes to why Monday we felt fine, or not fine, we felt positive. And on Thursday, we felt negative. What do you do with Neris?
What do you do with Hector Neris?
Well, the people out there, they want him go. On this team, he's still one of the best arms they have. Or is he? Is it time to say somebody else gets those innings?
They don't have a better option. There is no other guy. They don't have someone in the pipeline where that's ripping up Lehigh Valley right now. Where you say they really should give him a run here. I mean, they just don't. They don't have that guy. And the thing that you have to kind of keep in mind with Hector Neris is on July 4th he gets absolutely pummeled by the Padres. He's a strike away from a perfect inning. Nine pitches, 9 strikes, strike out the side, and then all hell breaks loose, and he just gets rocked. And everyone's like, it's time to DFA this guy. He's no good. But then he comes back his next 6 appearances and doesn't allow a run. He allowed 2 base runners total in his next 6 appearances. The Phillies don't have anybody else out in the bullpen capable of that type of run. And so while you have this implosion that he had last night, and he's not a closer, and he's not a high leverage guy, he's still one of their better options. Cutting Hector Neris is not a sensible thing to do at this point.
I agree. It's just better coming from you than me because, I agree. What else are you going to do? Yes, he's not great. He's not elite. He's not a closer, but he's better than, saying going to Sam Coonrod in that situation. Because you know what you're going to do about Coonrod? Complain, right?
Yeah.
And I don't even know that Coonrod's healthy right now. I think he's still
working his way back.
The guy that intrigues me, and of course now this adds another layer to this, is the whole COVID situation. I think Falter, they should give him a chance to pitch in higher leverage situations and just see what happens. The numbers suggest he deserves the opportunity. A couple of weeks ago, Scott Air was on with us on one of our weekend shows. And he said, look, I don't even watch the team. All I have to look at is the walks. And there's 2 guys in this bullpen who don't walk guys, Suarez and Falter. Falter's strikeout walk ratio is fantastic. Give him a chance in some higher leverage situations and see if that continues.
Well, I don't want to get all political on you here, but Bailey Falter needs to give himself a chance. A guy's been on the COVID-related IL 2 times now this month. And the thing that's actually kind of mind-blowing, however you feel about the vaccine aside, I never tell people what they should think or how they should feel about things. But the one thing that actually kind of blows my mind is if people are criticizing Aaron Nola, some of the clubhouse leaders about the refusal to get the vaccine. To me, when you have this fringe guy that's on the verge of making a name for himself and having this breakout stretch, to not put yourself in position to remain on the field is kind of interesting to me, I guess is the word I would use. It's kind of curious to me. So he's somebody from a baseball standpoint, when he's been available, he's been really impressive. And hopefully for him, he's able to get back on the field soon and clear whatever protocols he's in. And, I think the Phillies absolutely should give him more opportunities here when he gets back on the field. He's certainly earned it from a baseball perspective.
A couple quick things. Bob Wankel, Phillies luxury tax. What do we feel about that?
Listen, man, the window's open for the Phillies. It may not be the window that they had envisioned, when they went out and signed Bryce Harper and traded for JT Realmuto and did the Zach Wheeler deal. I think they thought that they were, headed for this 6-year glorious run of postseason appearances. This is not the path they had envisioned. But the path is still there because this division stinks. And at some point you need to win, and winning breeds winning. It's a mentality. There's a momentum effect. They have the opportunity to kick down the door. If John Middleton's really serious about getting his bleeping trophy back and all of that nonsense and all of the, the victory lap that he took after signing Bryce Harper, well, guess what, man? Here's your opportunity, and there's one way to do it, and it's to go beyond the luxury tax. And it's time. If he really wants to do it, because he's made a ton of different mistakes hiring the people that he's hired over the years, he has to outspend them now.
Craig Kimbrell, is that the guy they have to go after?
For me, man, again, if you go out and get Craig Kimbrell, you better make one or two other deals to supplement it, because Craig Kimbrell alone isn't going to fix what ails this team, but it would be a heck of a start. They've had a multi-year need at closer. They're going to have that need again next season. He fixes that problem. So if you can make the deal and you don't have to absolutely, deplete yourself, then I think you have to entertain that.
Okay, here's my last thought, and I want to get something similar from you. The Phillies would trade Spencer Howard, and he will go someplace else and become a serviceable starting pitcher in this league. That's my thought.
That's your, yeah. I mean, is that your, yeah. I mean, yes.
What?
I agree.
All right. Yeah. That's my, I see them, as you mentioned, handling him so poorly. Another team would get him. The guy strikes guys out. You look at his AAA numbers, and I know his strikeouts in the minors, he's been dominant down there. He goes to AAA. He's got a 1.20 ERA. The way they've handled him, for whatever reason, has been a disaster. Somebody else gets their hands on him. I'm interested to see if they use him in a trade because they don't know what to do with him.
Maybe. I think that other teams are certainly going to have interest in Spencer Howard. You watch the guy pitch, it's not a situation where you say he doesn't have talent or this guy can't throw the baseball. I mean, you watch him pitch and you say there is something here. The Phillies, for a number of reasons, have not been able to harness that, and they have not been able to give him consistent footing and stability. You used the comparison to Scott Kingery earlier. I don't think the Phillies ruined Scott Kingery. I think that Scott Kingery just isn't that good of a baseball player, as it turns out. With Spencer Howard, the talent is there, but what they have done leading him to this point it has been less than ideal. He's going to be a decent pitcher somewhere, and it may be here, but to this point, they have not given him the setup and the scenarios needed for him to flourish.
All right, Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad. We probably could do an hour on this disaster of a series. Forget the fact that they got the Braves coming up tonight, and we'll have more on that coming up later on on the show. Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad. Check out all his Phillies coverage there, and he was kind enough to join me on Thursday here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Bob, thanks, man.
All right, Mike, talk to you soon.
All right, that's Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad. And, of course, here on the Sports Batch, it's brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. When we come back, it is football at 4. Adam Kaplan, the latest on the Eagles, who start camp on Tuesday. Zach Ertz, Steve Nelson, the latest. All that coming up. All right, everybody, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. It is Football at 4, and it's powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Drops 6 o'clock Thursday mornings, of course, and Monday mornings. Jeff Mosher and this man, Adam Kaplan. It's brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. Adam, a busy time. We are less than 1 week from Eagles training camp, and all sorts of stuff is surrounding the Birds. How are you, my friend?
Glad to talk to you, Mike. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just starting to book my training camp tour. I start this coming Wednesday, the 28th at the Steelers. The next day after that, Washington. The day after that, probably the Eagles. So here we go. You're right, man. Every team by the end in the National Football League will have reported by this coming Tuesday, the 27th. So yeah, they're here. We know that a bunch of teams reported this week. Some rookies reported. I don't know why the Eagles aren't doing that. They can by rule.
Yeah,
they can absolutely do that. The rookies and quarterbacks could report a week before, but they're not. They're reporting on the 27th, and their first practice is the next day on the 28th.
All right, so there's a bunch going on, as you mentioned. A couple teams in today: Dallas, Tampa Bay, and Pittsburgh. Everybody else on Tuesday. So, Adam, let's start with some of the news that came out with Zach Ertz. Obviously, Howard Eskin is the sideline reporter. He typically has news from the team, and he's hearing there's a great chance that Ertz remains with the team to start the season. Now, is it the preseason, the regular season, training camp, and that he is over the issues about the contract? So read between the lines. Give us the tea leaves here.
Yeah, I don't really comment on others who report stuff, but we will respond to stuff that we knew already. In fact, Jeff and I were going to report this on Monday, but we give Howard credit. We definitely will credit him for two things, which we know are true for a fact. And barring something unforeseen, Ertz will report with the team on Tuesday, the 27th. He's been planning this. I'm not going to give you everything on this because we want people to listen to our show, but I'm going to give you some nuggets that are going to tease you. Sirianni and Ertz have talked, okay? They've talked. That has something to do with this. We can't say 100% for sure what the reasoning is. We detailed on the show about the fines if he doesn't show up, and there are a lot of reasons why he would be smart to show up. Part of it is also from a leverage standpoint, if he doesn't show up, in addition to potentially getting close to $1 million in fines, which cannot be rescinded, by the way, by showing up, now the point is, what if he gets hurt? Not that he wants to get hurt, obviously. Nobody wants him to get hurt. But if he would suffer a debilitating injury, he could not play this season, Eagles owe him that $8.5 million. And by the way, he counts over $12 million against the cap this season. So that's an issue here. But Howard's right. There's no doubt. Again, barring anything unforeseen, Zach Ertz plans to show up with his team and report on time. He is under contract, so he'd be holding out if he didn't show up, which he's not going to do. And then, Howard's right. The other thing we know he's right about is that he had been working out at NovaCare for at least a few weeks. But I could tell you his decision to report this on Tuesday is not something that's recent. This decision was made several weeks ago. He for whatever reason, and we detail some of the reasons on today's show, he's just deciding to do it and report with his teammates. But that to me certainly is a sideshow to a very interesting training camp.
Yeah, a couple questions on that, Adam. One, is this going to be an Alshon Jeffrey, Travis Fulgham situation where Ertz is getting more snaps than Goddard because of his stature on the team?
No. I think I think Dallas Goedert gave the secret away when he all out of the blue, he confirmed to the media before they broke for the summer, that they're negotiating his extension. Well, you're not going to pay him. Let's say, by argument's sake, that they get a deal done, right? I will tell you as a fact, per season, he will not sign for any deal that's even close to what Ertz is making. You're looking at double digits average per year. Ertz, at the time he got his extension, got a very good deal. But, that was a long time ago. He's restructured 4 times, by the way, over the years. He's done the right thing by the club. But what I'm told on Goddard, and I put this on our show, 3 or 4 weeks ago, is that from what I understand, Goddard will not sign a deal that is not a market deal. for instance, like the deals now for tight ends are anywhere from what Austin Hooper got at with the Browns for $10.5 million a year. Now, he was an unrestricted free agent, but that is a market deal. That was a really nice deal for him. And you know what's interesting about that deal with Hooper? The Niners actually they weren't willing to pay him as much 2 years ago, but they weren't too far away from $10.5 million, and they may kill the highest paid tight end in NFL history by a mile at $15.5 million. But on Goddard, he's going to want a deal that's going to beat Hooper. Well, to do that, it's hard to imagine that they're going to get a deal done with Ertz still on the team, and it's weird.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward.
How did it get to this? Did they because wasn't there was some suggestion that a deal was imminent, this is going to happen. Obviously everybody thought
it was never imminent.
And then
what we reported is that the Eagles felt very strongly, and I did. I was wrong in that he would be traded by the end of the draft, but I also backed that up on the same podcast and said if it doesn't get done, he won't be on the team this fall. That this is kind of what we felt all along.
Right.
Nothing's really changed my mind. I'm surprised as everyone on both sides is that he's still an Eagle. He's under contract, and that's where they are.
Yeah. I'm interested to see his role in this offense. I mean, is he just going to be a bit player? Do they have a big role?
I don't know.
Right?
Now, again, that's if by chance he is on the roster this fall, it's Goddard's tight end position. He is going to be their main guy. He'll play the most snaps. There's no question about that. Then the other thing is, and this is what we outline about 10 reasons for or against what would happen if Ertz is on the team, what happens is he's off. One of the things that we talked about is, Mike, and I think this is what you're alluding to, what happens if Ertz is on the team? Well, unfortunately, you're kind of forced what the hand of Doug Peterson was forced. It wasn't his fault. If Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert are on the team, you're more of a heavy 12 personnel team. You don't have a choice.
Yeah.
What are you going to pay him? $8.5 million and let him play 10 snaps? That's not going to happen.
Exactly. That's a great point. That's what I'm wondering. And Moshe and I were talking about this on Wednesday's Football at 4 about, what's his role? Do you play two tight ends? What does that do to Rieger or Fulgham? Obviously, it's not going to do anything to Smith, we would imagine, but how does that change the complexion of what this offense looks like? That all starts on Tuesday when Eagles camp. You can listen to the Inside the Birds podcast with Adam and Jeff. Of course, they will lay this out in much more detail because we have other stuff we want to get to. All right, Steve Nelson. He tweeted, today or tomorrow, stay tuned. Well, today and tomorrow has passed. What do we know?
It's a funny story. So I wasn't following him on Twitter, and Moshe, I'm going to say on Tuesday, texted me, said, hey, you should see this. Look what Nelson said. I'm like, wow, okay, he's going to make this decision. So I joined his Twitter. I'm following him. And the next morning, he deleted his account was gone. Then later on Wednesday, it was there, but the tweet that he put out is gone. Our understanding is he had not made a decision. We actually checked into that. We discussed that on our show this morning. And Jeff had a really good nugget. So this we were trying to find out, and Jeff got it. He had heard from sourcing that Nelson actually has interest in the Eagles because it had never been reported. All that had been reported by us and other outlets is that the Eagles have had interest in Nelson. We've been quoted ever on it. I get that. But on the show that dropped today, Jeff said that he had heard very strongly, very good source, that Nelson indeed has interest in the Eagles. So now we think that a big part of it is not so much money. If you look at the teams that have been floated out there, this is the only team where you could go in and there's no competition for being a starter. That does mean a lot.
Yeah, obviously this team needs a lot of help. We've chronicled that throughout the summer. If they can get something done today, he enters camp on Tuesday clearly as a starting outside corner on this team. Not even any competition, correct?
Yeah, no. He walks in. In fact, this really would help them. If this gets done, he starts opposite Slay. McPherson does not have to be rushed in there. He'll be the top or one of the top backup outside corners. This is the biggest impact. This is major. Having Vontae Maddox be their slot corner, which is what he was drafted for. This is something we outlined on our show this morning. That would be huge. So we'll see what happens.
Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. Make sure you download it, subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, Apple Pods, Google Play. Also check out InsideTheBirds.com and the YouTube. And at the end of this, Adam, we'll let you outline everything you got coming up for the season. I know you guys have got great things happening. We love the partnership here for Football at 4. And as Moshe said the other day, we talked football all summer, and now football is here. It's getting real. But what's not real is Landon Dickerson. What's going on there?
Yeah, we promised our listeners, we got a lot of questions about this. We weren't going to deal with the Dickerson issue if he was not signed within a week. Well, he's not signed. Moshe and I had some nuggets on our show this morning. It's definitely contractually related. It's not. This is a small surprise to me that it would take this long, but because the rookies are not reporting this week, for the life of me, I don't understand it. Why the Eagles are not doing what the other teams are doing, because they could, but they're not. But if he's not signed by Tuesday, the 27th, this coming Tuesday, it would shock me because I know that Dickerson's got a major injury history. They knew this going in. It's not a surprise to them. I just don't understand why they can't figure out a way. There's got to be some kind of middle ground.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just about offset language. It's protection, and we'll see what happens here. But, yeah, it's a surprise that he's not been signed.
All right, Adam, obviously. By the way, if he's signed and in there, is he in the mix to start? Is he in competition?
No. First thing they have to figure out from a physical standpoint where he's at. But we put this nugget out a couple weeks ago on our show. We had heard that don't just say he's going to be Kelsey's replacement next year if Kelsey retires. They may wind up moving Seumalo from guard to center. Remember, when Seumalo was drafted in 2016, he was drafted to be Kelsey's replacement. They did not know at 16 that Kelsey would be able to revive his career in a big way. Remember that Kelsey was available many years ago via trade, very quietly, but the Eagles made him available because he had sort of hit a regression, and then he brought it back up, and it was terrific. And it's so much so that not only will he be an Eagles Hall of Famer, I know these are subjective with offensive linemen because they're not great metrics on it, but we got to start talking about him for the Hall of Fame. If he plays 2 or 3 more years, I think he starts getting consideration for it. That's how good of a football player he is.
Very interesting. And it'll be interesting to see if he does play 2 or 3 more years, because there's been a lot of speculation, as you know, the last couple of years that this would be it. 2 to 3, I think, would be surprising, don't you?
Yeah, but the way we reported it is that, number one, we were told that both sides expected him to retire but left a little window open. But as we had noted on our show 6 weeks or 8 weeks ago, could be more than that. I know it was in the spring we talked about this, that if Kelsey wants to come back, they have to redo his deal. There's a $30 million poison pill early next June, which means it forces both sides to renegotiate his deal. They can't this way that it gets him back to the table if he wants to play. And we'll see. I've learned with Jason Kelsey, as he said, and it's definitely true, he reviews his health every year and whether he wants to play or not. So I've learned my lesson: never count this guy out.
Adam, what do we think about the usage of rookie Kenny Gainwell in the offense? I'm kind of really intrigued by this. I saw, Motion DeCecco did team Kerryon Johnson versus Howard, but I'm more intrigued by this guy.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the more I look into this, we had his college head coach, Ryan Silverfield, on Inside the Birds television recently, and he made a really interesting point, which I actually went back and listened to because I wanted to make sure I got it right. What he said is they put a lot on their running backs, particularly in the pass game. And Gainwell played that X position sometimes. They would split him out wide, and they asked him to do a lot. Slot, running back, offset back, X receiver, and then you got to block too. And that's important at this level. And from what I've heard, he's a fairly quick learner. He had a fantastic OTAs. Now, I understand they didn't do 11-11 on 7-on-7. He dominated on one-on-ones. If from a mental standpoint, he picks everything up in addition to probably being their kickoff returner, or a good chance to be. Not only will he dress every week, there are going to be weeks where you go, oh my goodness, wow. And as I detail on the show this morning, I'm buying that Sirianni's going to do a good job as play caller. I've talked to a bunch of guys who've worked with him in the past. They think he's going to do a great job, not only as a head coach, but as a play caller. And I'm going to trust him in this area.
All right. Everybody asked me who the punter is, and I haven't been able to give an answer to this. So, number one, who's the punter, and is there competition for that job? Because they had to let go of a pretty good one for salary cap reasons.
Yeah, look, the Cam Johnston one, we really kind of didn't really talk about this very much because he's a punter, and he had been a good story taking over for Donnie Jones, who was the Eagles Super Bowl punter. But Cam Johnston, they declined to tender him as restricted free agent, which is a surprise considering they were trying to negotiate an extension last year, and they just couldn't reach one. And now they did. I know he didn't have a great year, but they did. The Texans gave him a pretty strong contract. So Aaron Sipos is his name. He's a Australian rules kicker, punter. He's late 20s. He was with the Lions practice squad last year, and we put a nugget out on our show this morning that right now, of course, things could change. We know that everything's subject to change. They're probably not going to bring in competition for him, which would suggest to me he must have had a good offseason. We had talked to a bunch of agents who have punters, and I thought for sure they'd bring somebody in. So what I did is I went back and researched. Like every punter has been released over the last year and not brought back, and guys who've been in camps. There's like 20, 25 of them. I must have talked about to 8 or 9 of them. They all said the same thing when they talked to the Eagles. Whoever they talked to, the word was that the Eagles were not going to bring in competition. That's why they haven't signed anyone. Now, if he has got a bad week of practice, could they bring someone in? Sure, but that's what we're hearing.
All right, Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. The boys are back. Football is back. Monday's podcast was really good, Adam. Can you share a blooper, a story, something with our listeners as kind of the breadcrumbs if they didn't listen to your path to Inside the Birds and Football at 4 and your career covering the NFL? Because I thought that was a really fun one.
Actually, we didn't even talk about how Inside the Birds came about. You know what? I'll do this now.
There's a podcast for you. I just gave you one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I said there's a new podcast idea for you. I just gave you one.
Right. No, well, I'll do this now. So I'll make this very quick. In 2018, Billy Osborne.
Wildwood's own.
Of course. Yes, Billy. So Bill's a friend, and Bill asked me if I want to do a radio show. I was like, you know what? Let me talk to a friend of mine. You don't know him, Jeff Mosher. I believe he and I think alike on most things, and I've always wanted to work with him. Now he and I are available at the same time. So let me talk to him. Billy was open to it. So I wanted to. The only thing I told Billy, I said, I want to do an insider pod show, whether it's a radio show or a podcast. I'm not interested in doing a talk show. I'm interested in doing a thoughts, process, information type podcast. Nobody's doing anything like this. So Billy liked the idea because Billy knows personnel, and he was a scout, and he was with the Eagles practice squad. He knows football. I talked to Jeff. Jeff loved the idea. He said in immediately, and then Billy dropped off after the first year. And it's just been Jeff and I, and it's kind of, I don't want to say we were winging it. We were trying to figure it out the first year in 18, and then became, as I said, a 2-person show. And then we listened to our viewers and listeners. They told us kind of what they wanted, and 75% of what we were doing, they wanted, didn't want us to change. The big thing that they wanted us to do more of, and this shocked us about podcasting, they don't want under an hour. Like they've been on our bleep about this. Don't go under an hour. Quentin Michael and Jason Avant, they don't want them to be under an hour. So all of us, we're going over an hour, folks. So if you listen to us, you might have to listen to us in 2 parts because it's not something that you're going to listen to for 20 minutes and turn it off. Yeah, well, I don't know. I know you are a wrestling guy, but if you listen to any of the Conrad Thompson stuff, those things are 2.5, 3-hour podcasts. It takes me a week to get through those episodes sometimes. But so listen to Monday's edition. They share stories about how they got into the industry, into the business, their kind of paths to get to everywhere. Adam, Jeff, it was really good. I thought Monday was a fun one. Some bloopers, some things that you guys have done along the way. So check that out, the Monday edition. Today's edition has more on everything we discussed today on Football at 4. And Adam Kaplan, Jeff Mosher, Andrew DeCecco is here tomorrow. We'll preview the NFC East with him. And then on Tuesday, the Eagles report for camp. All right, Adam, good to see you, man. Thank you. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, Football at 4, and it is brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com. All right, do your remembers on the way. Stick around. We got that coming up next. Are you a Philly sports fanatic? Do you love to travel and cheer on our hometown squad across the country? You need to check out Philly Sports Trips. Join your fellow Philly sports fans and book your trip with Philly Sports Trips to cheer on the Birds this fall as they travel to Las Vegas to take on the
Hello, Cape May County. This is County Commissioner Len Desiderio with an update on our continuing vaccination efforts. Thanks to the hard work of the people of Cape May County, we have one of the lowest infection rates in the state and one of the highest rates of vaccination. Over 55,000 Cape May County residents have gotten the COVID vaccine. Now we are taking our vaccine efforts on the road. The Cape May County Department of Health will be taking its mobile vaccine clinic to local municipalities. You can also go to the Department of Health every Wednesday and walk in for a vaccine. For information on when the mobile vaccine clinic will be near you, please call 609-465-1187 or go to capemaycountynj.gov. The people of Cape May County have done the hard work to slow the spread and get vaccinated. Let's all finish strong, safely together.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Rest of the way here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You can watch the show, join the conversation. There's a plethora of ways for you to get a hold of the show. The text board is open, 609-403-0973. If you're listening on 97.3 ESPN FM. If you're listening on 97.3 ESPN mobile app, you can send us a message through the app. It'll go right to the text board so you can join the conversation there. Also, because we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, you can jump on the live stream, comment down below, and join the conversation there as well. Listen, we got a lot of stuff to get to. Phillies lineup is out. They're also made a transaction already today. Odubel Herrera has been activated. Bohm is going on assignment to rehab. What does that mean for the roster moving forward? Questions that have to be answered. Plus, Flyers made a trade today. Shane Gostisbehere and a salary cap dump to Arizona. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, will join us coming up at 5:20 p.m. Plus, on top of all of that, the NFL just made some massive national news this afternoon. And Adam Kaplan and Mike Gill, before Mike Gill had to head out, weren't able to get to this story. So we will get to that here, and you can react to everything going on today. The Flyers, the Phillies, the NFL, the Eagles. I mean, we're still waiting on this Steven Nelson news. I haven't seen anything happen yet. Remember, he said something would happen today or tomorrow. Well, tomorrow is here right now, and it ain't happening. Nothing's happening. So we'll keep you updated if anything happens on that front. You know, Jeff Mosher is reporting that Steven Nelson has interest in the Eagles. So what's the holdup? Is it financial? Is it length of years? There's a lot of reasons why this deal may be getting held up. So, but before we get to anything else, I would be completely remiss if I didn't share with all of you the national news that came down today about the NFL. So, because this can impact the Eagles as well. All right. So here's the skinny. All right. And I'm going to summarize this. There's a lot to this. There's a lot of layers to it, but I'm going to try to summarize it as much as possible. So the NFL announced today that they are not going to bend over. Basically, they're saying they're not going to bend over backwards if a team has a COVID situation. And if a team has to postpone a game because they don't have players to play because of COVID, and if they can't, then they will have to forfeit a loss in terms of playoff accountability. So this is a situation where a team like the Cowboys does not meet the NFL's vaccination numbers and goals. They want your organization to be about 85% vaccinated. 14 clubs right now are the 85% threshold. All 32 clubs are at least 50%. So because of that, let's say a team like the Cowboys that's not at 85%, doesn't have the number of players available, They have a bunch of negative, they have a bunch of positive tests, I should say, and they're unvaccinated players who mostly tested positive, then the Cowboys might have to forfeit that game. So the Eagles in the win-loss column in terms of playoff standings would get a win in that scenario if the Cowboys have to forfeit. The Cowboys don't lose that loss, though, in the draft standings. So it doesn't impact their draft position. It impacts their situation when it comes to the playoffs. The reason this is important is because twofold. Number one, players are already coming out on social media chastising this statement. All right. We've already heard from Matthew Judon and DeAndre Hopkins saying that this is a problem, to the point where DeAndre Hopkins is accusing the NFL of basically malpractice, and Matthew Judon is blaming the NFL Players Association. And the part of the memo that people are pointing to is this part. I'll quote it from you from the memo. It says, quote, every club is obligated under the Constitution and bylaws of the NFL to have its team ready to play at the scheduled time and place. A failure to do so is deemed conduct detrimental. There is no right to postpone a game. The statement goes on to say, quote, if a club cannot play due to COVID strike and vaccinated individuals, we will attempt to minimize the competitive and economic burden on both participating teams, unquote. So there's a lot to this, but basically the idea is that if you are an unvaccinated player, for whatever reason, this memo doesn't say that if there's medical, if it's personal, it's religious, whatever it is, they are drawing a line. The NFL is the first league to do this. There is not another league right now that has drawn this line. The NFL is saying, if you test positive, you got to miss 10 days, you got to quarantine. If you're vaccinated, the NFL is saying, as long as you have 2 negative tests and you're asymptomatic, you're good to go. And the NFL specifically points to a statement from the CDC. And the statement from the CDC, and this is where the problem is for the players right now, because this is the part where, if I'm an NFL player, I call my PA office and say, look, you either defend me or I'm going to sue you and the NFL. Okay. But the NFL is pointing to the CDC in the statement by saying that according to the CDC and based on the reporting of hospitals, that 97% at minimum of the new cases and hospitalizations that we've seen around the country for COVID-19 are unvaccinated individuals. The problem with this statement by the NFL that it's not going to be talked about almost anywhere is that the NFL stepped over a line that is going to cause them to get in trouble, because baseball, the NBA, the NHL, no one else is doing this. It's only the NFL. And I think the NFL is doing it because they think that college football can get away with this. But the difference is that college football, there's no unionized players, there's no player protections. And in the NFL, there is. The problem with pointing to the CDC is that you're talking about cases. And this is a huge problem in this country right now, all right? Because if you ask the UFC and you ask the NBA, what do they tell you? So-and-so tested positive. Or so-and-so was a close contact and we're doing contact tracing. But if you ask Major League Baseball, they might not give you that information. If a guy tested positive, if he was a close contact, if he's symptomatic, asymptomatic, they're not giving that information freely. By the way, the NHL didn't either. So when you're citing this CDC data, you're falling into that same gray area. Symptomatic, asymptomatic. Is it the nasal test? Is it the saliva test? Is it suspicion of COVID because you were a close contact? There's so many variables that go into this, and it's not being discussed. And the problem is that now the players are going to be in a situation where they may not get paid because of the fact these players might not get paid because they contract COVID if they're unvaccinated. That's in this statement from the NFL. So the team can lose a game and forfeit. The player can lose a paycheck. And now you have guys like DeAndre Hopkins and Matthew Judon coming out saying, no, this is a no-no for us. And this is not as simple as you got to be accountable. You got to take care of yourself. You got to be safe. You should get the vaccine. This is not that simple. This is a legal issue now. Because if the NFL is making these broad statements, these broad agreements without the players on board, they can have to go to court. And a court based on labor laws with unions, they can push back. The NFL might have to renegotiate this whole policy. Now, it may not ever get to this. This may not be an issue at all. But the fact that the players are reacting to it tells you all you need to know. Josh Hennick filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Again, discussing the big news of the day in terms of the NFL. We're still waiting for Steven Nelson to make up his mind. He's activated, deactivated, reactivated again his Twitter account multiple times. So we don't have the update on Steven Nelson. But the NFL decided to step in and just throw this bomb about COVID protocols on everybody's lap. So again, if you are a team and you have a COVID outbreak and you have too many guys who are unavailable and you can't play your game, and all these players are unavailable, you could be forced to forfeit your game. And then the players will lose their money for the week, not just the players who tested positive, but all the players on the team. You will lose a game in the standings, and you could potentially miss a paycheck in the postseason because of this situation. There is so much legal gray area here because this was not agreed upon between the NFLPA and the NFL. This is just a memo from the NFL that came out. It doesn't matter what the NFL's justification is. They can point to CDC, hospitalization records, whatever they want. Labor law says that you cannot create a broad policy if you have a union group of workers. The NFL cannot just make this and the players have to comply. If the union and the players union and the NFL didn't agree to this, if the players are not on board with this, then that's a problem. Again, huge difference between college football and the NFL. The NFL is trying to follow college football's lead and put people in a position to force them to get vaccinated. Because according to the NFL's own information, 14 clubs have the 85% minimum threshold of vaccinations. All 30 teams are 50% vaccinated, but only 14 clubs have the minimum 85%, so they could not have the strict COVID protocol restrictions that the teams went through last year. There's a lot of legal murky area here because there's nothing in the memo that talks about medical reasons. There's nothing in the memo that talks about religious reasons. And the reason we got to bring that up is because that's where some of these HIPAA laws come in. That's where some of these human rights regulations come in internationally when it comes to medical stuff. This is a messy situation the NFL has stepped itself into when it comes to dealing with a union. This is a union. This isn't mom and pop shop making, rules. This isn't Wawa requiring you to do something. Although I think Wawa does have a union, but I gotta double check that. But it's not the local mom and pop. All right. It's not the, local business down the street saying, we are having these rules and regulations when it comes to our business. All right. This isn't the government stepping in and telling you got to wear a mask to the airport. This is the NFL making a unilateral position to try to force the players to get vaccinated without considering negotiating this with the union. Because according to players like DeAndre Hopkins and Matthew Judon, they knew nothing about this coming. That's dangerous. Listen, no matter what your position is on COVID, vaccinations, all this stuff, the one thing we can agree on is there's a legal area when it comes to some of this stuff. And we know for a fact, the one thing we do know is there's a huge difference between cases and positive tests. And if the NFL is going to play that line where they're going to go on the data of cases and not positive tests, then they're falling into that same murky area that baseball has that is causing problems. And they're skipping the step that sports like the UFC and the NBA have done, which is full disclosure of everything. The NBA isn't putting a guy on the COVID list just because. If you're symptomatic, you might miss a practice. But if you test negative, then you just miss a game because you're sick like a normal person would. Hey, guess what? You don't have COVID, but you're sick. You might not be able to go to work. That's what the NBA did. This is creating a whole nother layer of stuff because this is a whole situation where what if an unvaccinated player is symptomatic? Then there's contact tracing. Then everyone has to get retested. But if a vaccinated player is asymptomatic and tests positive, then as long as he has 2 more negatives, he's good to go. Oh, great. So we're only worried about the unvaccinated guys, but if the vaccinated guy tests negative twice, he was asymptomatic, and then a few days later, what if he's symptomatic again, but then tests negative, then tests positive, and there's all these scenarios that could happen. Also, what about the contact tracing? Whatever happened to that whole thing about we're going to figure out where you got the COVID from, all that stuff? I feel like the only places contact tracing going on is inside sports facilities. I haven't seen any empirical data about where this, what was the number from the CDC? This 97% of hospitalizations and cases. No contact tracing information. So the NFL is using flawed data that can be used against them in court. The NFL didn't get the permission of the players for this broad statement. It seems to be more about the NFL just trying to protect their brand and keep making their money than it is about actually doing what makes sense or the right thing. And again, for a guy like DeAndre Hopkins and Matthew Judon to react the way they did, that can't be an accident. It can't be an accident that those guys spoke out the way they did. I tend to believe that there's a reason for all of this stuff. And now Jalen Ramsey weighs in, by the way, on Twitter. Jalen Ramsey turns around and says, I know 2 people right now who got the vaccine but are COVID positive. I'm just saying, I wouldn't look at a teammate as bad if he didn't get the vax. No pressure from him. So now you got people arguing on Twitter about this. DeAndre Hopkins chimes in on Jalen Ramsey's comment and says, my girlfriend's brother in the military got the vaccine, had a heart problem right after. So listen, there's a tendency, because of the world we live in, that people only see their side of the story. We only follow people we like on social media. We only talk to people we like as a general principle. We tend to not see the other side of the story. This is not about science. This is not about right and wrong. This is about walking a very gray legal area where there is a lack of just definitive data. There's a lack of specific information when it comes to certain things that people just don't want to answer questions for. And for the NFL to make this statement as they did, I wouldn't be surprised there's a legal issue coming along. Now, this also might be an opportunity to scare certain people who are irresponsible as general principle, maybe be more responsible, but I doubt it. Josh Hennick here, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Text board is open as always, 609-403-0973 to listen on 97.3 ESPN mobile app, which is free thanks to First Bank of Sea City. You could message us onto the text board through the app right there on the app. Just jump on there, send us a message. You can join the conversation as well. Or you could jump into the live stream as we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter to join the conversation. By the way, if you have 97.3 ESPN mobile app, you would have gotten the alert about Shane Gostisbehere being traded today, about Absagami's new coaching hire over at their high school. You would have gotten the alert about my Top 10 Thursday. That's right. Today's Top 10 Thursday, Kevin Durst is going to call in and critique me in less than an hour from now about it, probably more like 40 minutes from now. I know he's not going to like some of my opinions because I ranked the greatest Flyers skaters ever drafted, and I think it's going to be some controversial picks. Do you agree or disagree? You can go on to the website, 973ESPN.com or 973 ESPN mobile app right now. But if you had the app, you would have gotten the alert. That's the beauty of having the app. You get alerts when the news breaks, when things happen. So we got a lot to get to throughout the show. You can comment on the NFL's decision. I'll get to the Phillies lineup as well coming up in just a bit. Also, the Phillies news. Looks like Odubel Herrera will be returning from the injured list. Alec Bohm is going to go on a rehab assignment. What does that mean for the roster? We'll get into that as well here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Josh Hennick, filling for Mike Gill at Josh Hennick on Twitter. Sports Bash being brought to you this hour by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or by downloading the PropSwap app today. And don't forget, Keith Smith will join us to talk NBA, Sixers, offseason, Ben Simmons, NBA draft, about 8 days away. All that and more right here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. And like I said, we're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Live here in the Matt Blatt Kia studios.
This weekend on Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio, the Chicago White Sox sit high atop the AL Central, while the Milwaukee Brewers in first in the NL Central. And the two go head-to-head this weekend in Milwaukee.
Well struck left center field, way back and gone. Jose Abreu will touch them all.
The Brewers and White Sox. Coverage begins Saturday at 6:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern. Listen to Major League Baseball on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, it's Mike Gill from the Sports Bash. If you're an advertising salesperson, how would you like to sell my show, the Sports Bash, here at 97.3 ESPN and Town Square Media? We're hiring new advertising salespeople to sell the Sports Bash, the #1 sports talk show in all of South Jersey at the #1 media company in South Jersey. Selling the Sports Bash is the job that will take you as far as you want to go. An excellent compensation package awaits you, as does a creative and fun working environment. So join the team on the Sports Bash and Town Square Media. It's truly the most advanced media company in all of South Jersey. Start or build upon your sales career by becoming a member of our team here at 97.3 ESPN and Town Square Media. If you're interested, apply at townsquaremedia.com. Click on careers. Town Square Media is an equal opportunity employer.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Henning back here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, where you can join the conversation. Kevin Durso will get more into the Flyers with us coming up at 5:20. The Flyers make a trade today. They didn't lose anybody of real significance in the expansion draft last night. What does that mean? Also, Chuck Fletcher says they're still looking to maybe trade the 13th overall pick. So we'll get into all that with Durso coming up. Apparently, Chuck Fletcher is trying to fill the void right now. With the NBA Finals done, the NBA offseason not really in full effect yet because the NBA draft is next week. Free agency is still a little while away for the NBA. And baseball is... The Phillies aren't giving you much to get excited about. Let's put it that way. Right. The Phillies are just... They're driving you nuts, if you're being honest, right? So, Phillies are driving you nuts. The Eagles are still roughly a week away from training camp. It starts next Tuesday. So it's less than a week, technically. But Flyers trying to fill that void. Can't blame them. I like it. So we're going to have Kevin Durso. Don't forget, NBA writer Keith Smith joins the show every Thursday. A little schedule mix-up. So instead of joining the show at his usual 3:20 slot, today he'll be joining us at 6:20 tonight to get more into the Sixers offseason and the NBA. I promised you guys I would get to the Phillies news. So for those who didn't hear the Phillies news, this came down a little bit ago. A couple items of business the Phillies did today. The Phillies have reinstated Odubel Herrera from the 10-day injury list, and they've optioned Nick Maton to Lehigh Valley. Additionally, Alec Boehm will begin a rehab assignment at Lehigh Valley today. So a couple things to touch on there. Herrera coming back, you would assume that he resumes most of the center field responsibilities moving forward. And then with Maton going to the minor leagues, I'm going to say that probably means that maybe a bigger role for Luke Williams moving forward, or at least a maintaining of his current role as a infielder / outfield fill-in guy. Now, the Alec Boehm situation is interesting because him going on the rehab assignment gets back to what Girardi said recently. When he cleared COVID protocols, the idea was that they said that Boehm wasn't in baseball shape yet. Well, if he goes on this rehab assignment, the Phillies actually have two options. The first option is to bring him back up and put him back at third base. But the other option is they could send him down there they could keep him down there and make him spend more time in the minor leagues to learn, I don't know, how to hit again. I've never seen a guy completely forget how to hit like guys like Kingery and Bohm have. So maybe the Phillies look at Bohm when he has his rehab assignment at Lehigh Valley and say, you know what, you're still having hitting problems. Why don't you stay down there? We'll make the necessary roster adjustments. It's an option. Something to keep in mind. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. The hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by PropSwap. Check them out at PropSwap.com and by downloading the PropSwap app today.
Goodyear believes in the power of moving forward, no matter if it's on the
Yeah. Sorry, I was like, what is he trying to do?
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, 5 o'clock hour of the show. Mike Gill was here the first half of the show. I'm with you until 7 p.m. tonight. Still to come, we got to get into the Flyers news. Flyers trade Shane Dock. What on earth was going on last night with the expansion draft? I don't know what was worth to watch last night. The Phillies pitching staff or the attempt of the expansion draft show. Because that was embarrassing. And by the way, it wasn't an embarrassment because it was ESPN. That's one of the lies going on social media right now. It was an embarrassment because the NHL takes a good thing and they ruin it. That's how stupid they are. If any other sport would have done that last night, it would have gone and was just amazing. But because the NHL did it, I mean, Gary Bettman, just stop talking for 5 minutes and go sit down. Nobody wants to hear from you. Got mic issues. You don't know where people are. Calling guys out of order. Just what a mess. The NHL is stupid sometimes. Also, we have Keith Smith will join us coming up at 6:20 tonight to get more into the NBA offseason. Obviously, the Ben Simmons rumors don't go away. What is going on with the Portland Trailblazers and Damian Lillard? Speculation came out today that the Portland Trailblazers would not do a Ben Simmons for CJ McCollum straight-up deal. So that's one report out there. Phillies have made a move. They reinstated Odubel Herrera. They've optioned Nick Maton to Lehigh Valley. And Alec Boehm will begin a rehab assignment today with Lehigh Valley. So a lot of news going on, a lot of moving parts, shuffling around. Also, the NFL dropped their COVID protocol news, which looks like it's going to become a legal hot potato for the NFL because of how they're handling it. Because it's obviously not as clear cut as they would like to. And you have players like Leonard Fournette, DeAndre Hopkins, and Matthew Judon coming out and, basically creating a whole situation when it comes to this COVID protocols, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. So lots going on right now. And of course, you could chime in as well. 609-403-0973 is the text board. 609-403-0973. Listen on 973 ESPN. FM 973 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. You can also shoot us a message on the 973 ESPN mobile app. As you listen, it'll go straight to our text board as well. And we're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Hello, everybody. How you doing out there? Glad to have you join the show. You can comment on the stream as well. I'll get to those comments in just a bit. Just want to update somebody on something we talked about yesterday. So we don't have any Steven Nelson news. I keep hitting the refresh button over here, looking for Steven Nelson news. And I wanted to bring up Steven Nelson because, between the Steven Nelson news yesterday, the NFL players tweeting about the COVID protocols today, we got to have a conversation about what's real and what's not really quick. All right. I mentioned this in the last hour. As a general principle, if you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram, you're on Facebook, you're on Snapchat, you're on TikTok. Am I forgetting a platform? I probably am, but whatever, it's fine. Twitch, whatever social platform you are on your phone, on your computer. you tend to only follow people that you're interested in. If you're an Eagles fan, you're probably not following the Cowboys Twitter, right? Right? You know, if you are a football fan, you're probably only following football stuff. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how this rest of the year plays out when it comes to the news cycle. So those who didn't hear, Steven Nelson the other day puts out a tweet that basically big news is coming. Then, hours later, he deactivates his Twitter. A day later, he reactivates his Twitter and deletes the tweet saying that news is coming. Now, this sets the news cycle on fire because people are assuming things based on that tweet. Last week, there was a plethora of people, including a Washington Wizards reporter, who I never heard of before last week, putting information out there that Damian Lillard has demanded a trade. Then Lillard comes out to the media and says, I never demanded a trade. I want to finish my career in Portland. And he was asked, do you see yourself playing in Portland this year? He says yes. So we have two very, very recent examples of the inaccuracy of social media driving news cycles. And I refuse to be one of the people who is getting suckered like everybody else. Josh Hennick filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You can watch the show. Join the conversation. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. Also jump on the comment stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. We got to stop reacting to every little thing that happens on the internet. Okay, so now you have multiple NFL players tweeting that they don't like the NFL's COVID protocols when it comes to the vaccination, unvaccinated situation. That doesn't mean in any way that these players are just not going to play football anymore. It doesn't mean that at any point in time that all of a sudden we're just not going to care anymore when it comes to the NFL. Just one moment in time. But we react to things because social media has created this monster that forces you to have a reaction or insist that you have a reaction. And you know what? I think that we're all just doing a poor job of handling it. If you don't like what someone has to say, do what everybody else does. Unfollow them. Change the channel. Turn the something. If you disagree with somebody, come with facts. Come with information. But I'm not going to sit here and believe some random dude tweeting at Damian Lillard submitting a trade request and then still run with that storyline after he says, I didn't make a trade request. And I'm not going to act like that everything is fine between Russell Wilson and Seattle after months ago, Russell Wilson said he wasn't happy in Seattle, and his agent told Adam Schefter, well, you know, if we were going to get traded, here's where we want to go. I deal with facts and information. And I think everybody else should too. I think there's at some point, you got to look at the facts and information out there. And you push forward. And that's it. It's a shame that the Steven Nelson thing happened because I think every Eagles fan would love Steven Nelson to just announce that he's signing here or somewhere else. But instead, as we are, 6 days away from the start of Eagles camp, we still don't have a second cornerback who's not named Seymour, Jaquette, Maddox, Craig James. McPherson. It's frustrating. I get it. But let's try not to latch on the news stories just because somebody tweeted something. Josh Hennick here, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. I mentioned a little bit earlier about the Phillies news. I wanted to dig a little deeper into that again because we'll be talking with Flyers with Kevin Durso coming up at 5:20. So about 10 minutes from now, as the Flyers make a big trade, and they're considering making more trades. So what is next for the Flyers this offseason? We'll get into that with Kevin Durso coming up in just a bit. Also, we'll talk about my top 10 Thursday piece. Greatest Flyers players drafted by the team. You can decide if you wanted to agree or disagree and go to 973ESPN.com or 973 ESPN mobile app right now to get deeper into that. But as I mentioned today, earlier in the show, I was talking about this a little bit earlier with Mike Gill. The Phillies' losses to the Yankees were embarrassing. You can't be a Major League Baseball team trying to be competitive, trying to be contenders, and lose those two games to the Yankees. You had two starting pitchers who were ripe to be beaten. They were right there to be had. And what did you do? Your pitching staff failed you. You know, Dave Dombrowski claims that they can outscore their defense and their pitching. And after the last 2 days, I'm not sure they can. And it's not because the offense is bad. Because if you look at the Phillies' schedule, they average about 4 runs a game overall since the All-Star break. 4 runs in one loss, 5 runs in another loss. They're scoring runs. It's not like they're losing 5-1, 6-1, 3-1, 6-2. No, they're scoring 4 or 5 runs a game. But the pitching situation is unacceptable. Aaron Nola is supposed to be one of your best pitchers. You know what Aaron Nola's ERA right now is with a 6-6 record on the season? It's 4.64. That is the 52nd ERA in baseball. That means there are 51 pitchers who are better than Aaron Nola right now in terms of earned run allowed. And this is the same guy that just recently went out and, had tied Tom Seaver's strikeout record. And then, when you look at Dave Dombrowski, what does he say to the media about Aaron Nola? This was Dave Dombrowski to John Clark about Aaron Nola.
The other thing with him this year, his stuff's been good. We've seen some outstanding outings for him. I think what ends up happening is mechanically, he gets a little bit out with his delivery, and they work on it, and he gets it back into gear, and he's fine. He'll go out there, throw a great game, and then all of a sudden he'll have a mechanical adjustment. And there's a lot of moving parts in his delivery, and I think he's fallen into that a couple times this year. But again, he's aware of it.
Well, he's not that aware of it, Mr. Dombrowski, because he's still messing up. At some point, you got to actually go out there and fix the problem, Aaron Nola. And Aaron Nola needs to pitch better. But my goodness, the whole team's got to play better. I mean, look at the last 2 nights. Like I said, you're scoring runs. It's not like you're not scoring runs. But when you have pitchers like Sessa and Lutig and Herman and where's the one pitcher? Oh, yeah. Wojciechowski, Abreu, Wilson. Who the heck are these guys? And you're not able to score runs consistently off of them? What happens? Your bullpen goes out there. Hector Neris gives up 3 runs. Great. Kinsler gives up a run. De Los Santos gives up a run. Great. Nola gave up 4 runs. I'll say it once, I'll say it twice, I'll say it again, folks. If the Philadelphia Phillies don't acquire pitching, legitimate pitching, before the trade deadline, this team might as well be sold down the river and completely ignored the rest of the year. There's nothing else going on right now. There's no other games. It's just baseball. It's the NHL and NBA draft and training camps. The Phillies have our attention. You're 3.5 games behind the Mets, who are right now without DeGrom and Lindor. But you couldn't make up the ground because your pitching staff is a mess. Dave Dombrowski may think they can outscore their problems. I don't think so. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 609-403-0973 is the text board. We'll get to some of your comments a little bit later this hour. Plus, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You can join the conversation as well here on 97.3 ESPN. Coming in next, we'll get deeper into the Flyers, get the insight from our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, from 97.3 ESPN.com. Chuck Fletcher spoke today. Flyers made one trade. Could more trades be in the works? We'll find out from Kevin Durso next, right here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM.
This weekend on Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio, the Chicago White Sox sit high atop the AL Central, while the Milwaukee Brewers in first in the NL Central. And the two go head-to-head this weekend in Milwaukee.
Well struck left center field, way back and gone. Jose Abreu will touch them all.
The Brewers and White Sox. Coverage begins Saturday at 6:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern.
Listen to Major League Baseball on 97.3 ESPN. New Jersey, this is not a test. If you're looking for a deal on a new vehicle, get to Matt Blatt Nissan and get $2,500 off on every new 2021 Nissan Murano SUV in stock.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Yes, get $2,500 off every new 2021 Nissan Murano in stock. Drive it today with 0 down and pay 0 interest for 60 months. Plus, Matt Blatt Nissan will buy your current vehicle for cash or trade it for top dollar. What do you get? $2,500 off. 0 money down, 0% interest on every 2021 Nissan Murano in stock. And don't forget our fast track checkout. So bring any vehicle and Matt Blatt Nissan will buy it for cash or pay top dollar for any trade in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Rate qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR financing based on 1667 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 8/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Are wasps, ants, or carpenter bees bugging you? Viking Pest Control can protect your home or business this summer. For a limited time, new customers save $50 on any service. Get a fast free quote at VikingPest.com.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
Josh Hennick back here filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. And we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter where you can watch the show. And we're joining us right now to get more into the Flyers. Apparently are trying to steal the news cycle right now because with not a crazy amount going on. I appreciate hockey trying to fill the void, but it seems like the Flyers are doing it right and hockey is doing it wrong. So get more into that right now. It is Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, 97.3 ESPN.com, at Kevin_Durso on Twitter for your Flyers and NHL coverage. Kevin, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. And you know what? It's nice to see that with all of the rumor mills and all the speculation out there in the city of Philadelphia, at least one GM is doing something. At least one GM is actually making moves and talking to the media. We've heard speculation about the Sixers and Daryl Morey for about a month now. We've heard Dave Dombrowski claims he's going to do something. I haven't seen him do anything yet. And I know the Eagles aren't doing anything because they're cap strapped. So we have one guy doing something, and boy, he did not take long to make a salary cap move today, did he not?
No, not at all. And, you know, the roster freeze ended at 1 o'clock, and I think it was about 1:30 when we got this report that Shane Gostisbehere was on his way out of town. I got to do something funny for you for a second because I heard the news, got the story out, all that type of stuff, and then remembered, go digging a closet for a second because this is my wife's. So I had to break it to her. You know, the funny thing is, so when we started dating, it might have been Gostisbehere's rookie season. So I wasn't going to every game yet, things like that. I'm trying to get her into hockey as much as I can. And here's this new guy who just showed up and is tearing it up. He was outstanding. It was so much fun to watch in that first season. So this is the guy that she had gravitated towards when watching the Flyers for the first couple of years. And so I did what I should do and got her a jersey to try to keep her more invested and things like that. And this is, you know, so now it's a relic, but that's okay. You know, things happen. He did spend 7 years here and there was a lot of good memories in those early years. I mean, he really was an electrifying player to watch in the early going. But as time went on, I actually, you know, I just told Mike yesterday when I was on, I wasn't sure what his fit was with the team moving forward. I thought everybody else that was passed on by Seattle, I can see how they would fit into the roster next season if you ended up keeping them, if Jake Voracek was still here, if James Interimsyk was still here, Justin Braun, Robert Haig. They all kind of have a role. And Shane Gostisbehere, I just kept going, you know, I don't know. Could he fit on the team? Sure he could. He could be the third pairing defenseman and power play specialist, no question. But from a cap standpoint, I just couldn't figure out how it made a lot of sense. And sure enough, Chuck Fletcher had this move up his sleeve as soon as everything became unfrozen and we were thawing out with roster moves around the league for a little while.
Yeah, and you know what, the thing with Gostisbehere is you mentioned how long he's been here. He's been given plenty of opportunities to grow as a player. It just seemed like he just never got past a certain point, and you got to make a decision. You know, you got a number like $4.5 million on the cap, right? And you got to say, is he worth that for this team moving forward? And it was, I understand you had to give up draft picks to unload him in a way, but at the same time, you can't grow as a team if the player depending on isn't growing himself, right?
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, well, and look, he's done things over the last few years to try to be as involving. He works out all the time. I mean, Chuck Fletcher even said he was working out at the skate zone today when the trade went down. So he was in preparations for next season already, you could say. And this trade goes down. And it shouldn't have come as much of a surprise, honestly, because I think, his name's been in the rumors for probably 3 or 4 years now in reality. Definitely more in the last 2 years than anything. And realistically, I thought it was telling. I know they had to give up draft picks to end up moving just his salary, and they don't get anything in return from that. And it sounds like it's kind of rough on the surface to make a trade like that. In reality, when Chuck Fletcher comes out and later tells you one team wanted Cam York with him in order to make that trade, he says no. And one team wanted the first-round pick tomorrow night for it to include Shane Gostisbehere in a deal, and he said no to that too. So instead, you give up a second-round pick next year, and you give up a seventh-round pick next year that wasn't even your pick originally. It was Montreal's, and you got it for Eric Gustafson earlier this year at the deadline. So, that $4.5 million, especially since Fletcher confirmed nothing's retained, that's going to come in handy down the line, even if it's so much as you've got to sign Carter Hart and Travis Sanheim to deals as restricted free agents, and then you can kind of address what's left. Backup goalie, second pairing defenseman, maybe third line center if you have enough space. I'm sure that in Fletcher's mind, there's other maybe hockey trades or hockey moves that you can make where it's money for money, and you kind of find a way to balance it out and improve your team along the way. The one thing he did say in his press conference, it was certainly significant enough that you could put it, I probably will later on when I write it up in the headline, is I expect this team to be better by next Wednesday. As in, by the time free agency starts and rolls around and the first day of free agency is over, he thinks he's going to have a better roster in place with what he might have in mind. And certainly, I think there's enough time here, and he's working hard enough, it seems, to try to make that happen.
Well, the other thing he said, maybe part of that, Kevin, is the fact that he seems still willing to trade that 13th overall pick. He's not sitting there and be like, all right, I'm not trading this pick. No, he's saying, look, if I can make this team better, I'll trade that pick. And I got to think, if you're another GM in the league, you're looking at the Flyers, if you're not ahead of them in the draft significantly, if you're in that maybe like 8 to 30 range, let's say, just throwing out random numbers, that if Chuck Fletcher is willing to trade a first-round pick in tomorrow's draft, you got to at least pick up the phone and make the call. I'm assuming Fletcher's getting calls because he's now said multiple times, I'm willing to trade this pick, but for the right deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was really smart to kind of put it out there that he's not going to trade it to dump salary. He's not going to make another trade like this and include the first-round pick. It doesn't really make sense at this point to not get something back for it. I mean, you've held on to it now for 2 trades. You've held on to every prospect you have for 2 trades now. You've really done a pretty good job, all things considered. Like, I would call the offseason to this point for people who are kind of looking, going, well, they just made a trade and got nothing back in return. Not necessarily yet. You've got to give it until the end of next week to kind of figure out where this is all going. And there's certainly the next 2 days can provide a lot of action in these next couple of days because of the fact that at the draft, everybody's working at the same time. You don't have these teams where someone might be busier than others at a different time, whatever. They're all involved in the draft process. So when the first round takes place, everybody's involved and the phones are ringing off the hook among GMs because of the fact that they're all gathered in maybe not the exact same place like it typically is, but virtually they're all going to be doing the same thing at the same time. Same thing with Saturday. And that's about, Saturday's portion of the draft, rounds 2 through 7. That's a 5-6 hour process where they're all just sitting down, continuing to think about the next pick they have, maybe move a pick down the line to the following year if you can move up or move back or get something else in return or figure it out however you want to. So those are things where those deals could go down a lot during this time. And I think that teams are very clearly willing to make more trades that might be money for money if it works out. I think that that's going to be the best method for trying to make things happen. And Fletcher's certainly exploring, as he said last week, every avenue they can to get better.
Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider for 97.3 ESPN.com, joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM at Kevin_Durso on Twitter. Now, you mentioned they've made multiple moves now, but they're both involving defensemen. It seems like, though, that Fletcher is not scared of maybe making moves involving the forwards, too, from his press conference today. So talk about what that might involve, what that might include if they do make any moves involving the forwards, because it seems like that is the spot right now with the heaviest glut of players.
Yeah, and I wouldn't shy away from the same names we've heard for a while now. I mean, keep Jake Voracek on your radar, keep James Van Riemsdyk on your radar until the end of next week, until you get through this busy point of the offseason before you can really assume that they're still here or they're not here. It's too soon to tell because we just don't know how the action is going to pick up as teams get closer to free agency, get more desperate for either cap space or to try to free up cap space or move some pieces around to try to improve, because it seems like that's the goal for every team in the league. You want to improve, and there's not as many ways to do it this time around because the cap's just not going anywhere. And that's why Fletcher admitted that this is why they made the move. It doesn't just help them with $4.5 million of cap space right now. It helps them with $4.5 million of cap space next year as well. So you open up more than just this year. You kind of create, again, kind of like the Ryan Ellis deal where he came out and said, for 6 years, you know what you're paying this guy and you know what the cap hit is. Well, now for the next 2 years, they know they've got Shane Gostisbehere's cap hit off the books and can kind of address whatever needs they want to. And he mentioned all three positions. They're going to need a backup goalie. I don't know if it'll be Brian Elliott at this point. It doesn't sound like it. So I assume that there's going to be a free agent out there that they will target. Defensively, they'd love to add somebody else to play on the second pair. It might have to be, given your cap situation, it might have to be kind of one of these low risk, high reward type of deals to try to just get somebody new, maybe another veteran in here. And forward wise, there's a lot of avenues that they could take at this point. Don't rule out something as big as maybe potentially they've been linked to Sam Reinhart from Buffalo lately. Don't rule out something like that, but also don't rule out it being something on the simpler end where it's more of a bottom six move to just try to fill out some depth and give yourself a little bit more balance, whether it's down the middle, on the wing, whatever, to create a more well-rounded roster going into next season.
I have to say, though, Kevin, I think part of the intrigue right now with the Flyers is directly connected to what happened last night as well, because it feels like the Kraken went the complete opposite direction of what a lot of people expected. And frankly, I'm watching and I had to look up some of those guys' names. Like, I'm not the hockey diehard, but I feel like I know enough hockey to, that I can have a conversation with a guy like you. You know what I mean? I could talk with bros. I could talk with you guys in your Open Ice Hits podcast, right? And it's like, and I'm watching this, I'm like, who are some of these guys? And it's like, what is going on here? And they took like what, 3 goaltenders last night? And I mean, let's put aside the fact that the whole broadcast was kind of a disaster, right? But at the end of the day, like, I feel like the Kraken just threw the entire league on top of its head because they didn't take half the guys people thought they would. It seems like the Flyers are sitting there like, well, we were hoping you'd take the bait. You took none of the bait. And I just keep checking the wire. I've seen no Kraken trades this afternoon at all, Kevin.
Well, there's one. Tyler Pitlick's not a member of the Kraken anymore. He went to Calgary for I think a 4th-round pick.
That just happened?
That happened within the last 2 hours, I would say, within the last hour and a half, 2 hours. But regardless, that's the only one. That's about it. And we were told at 1 o'clock there would be maybe 4 or 5 side deals potentially out there or whatever, or deals that happened after the selections were made. That's how they're describing it. There's been nothing. There's been one trade. And I'm with you. This roster does not, everybody kind of talked about how this could be a playoff team right off the bat. And we looked at the names available and we thought this is going to be a team that could really put together a good roster. And there were options, certainly, and not just with a guy like Carey Price, who was exposed by Montreal out there, but Gabe Landeskog, Matt Duchene, Ryan Johansson from Nashville, Vladimir Tarasenko, we obviously had talked about earlier in the week. These are guys who can create an identity right away. I mean, you want to sell jerseys, you want to get people in the seats, have them on your roster, and you'll get people out there real quick. I don't know. I looked at this and I went, defensively, they look okay. Mark Giordano's a great pick. Vince Dunn could be really effective for them. The signings that they made with Adam Larson and Jamie Alexiak, that forms out a really good top 4, honestly. I think they've got a good foundation there. Their goalies are too unproven for my liking. I just don't know if they've got great starter quality. They probably have good starter quality. That really doesn't get it done for me, though, when we talk playoffs. And forward-wise, Jordan Eberle is up there, and Yanni Gourde maybe can take a step, but I'm not fascinated by their forward group. I just don't see a playoff team right now, and I think for sure maybe free agency holds something. Maybe there are trades to be had down the line, but it's kind of like the Flyers right now. I got to see the next week to kind of sit there and say whether I definitively can call Seattle a team that has a shot to not only make the playoffs, but maybe make a run in the first year, or if they don't. But what they did last night and the way that the whole thing went down, from all the picks being leaked by about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, to the way that the broadcast was, it was just, the whole broadcast was just really cringy. It was not, it was just not as entertaining. First of all, knowing what most of the picks were, but it was just not as entertaining when you just watched what they were trying to do and to boost this thing up. And it was so anticlimactic. It was not the best start, let's just say. So we'll see where it goes.
And you know what? People, really quick, people are trying to blame ESPN. Oh, it's because, no, It's because this is what the NHL does. Gary Bettman talked for way too long at the beginning. He was putting me to sleep. Like, nobody cared what you had to say, Gary. You have mic problems going up on the stage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have no idea why Gary Payton and Sean Kemp and Marshawn Lynch were involved in this at all. I'm still not sure why Sean Kemp had a shirt too small for him in the first place. And it's like, you know, okay, great. You're showing off the sweaters and you're showing off the players and it's a big thing. But like, why do the fans look like they're sitting at like the Hall of Fame ceremony in Cooperstown instead of like a normal, like, where are they? I still don't know where they were last night. Like, I felt like the entire thing was another example of the NHL doing something that with any other sport doing it, it would have been great. But because Gary Bettman, the NHL, was involved, it just went sideways.
We were also maybe 5 minutes into the show, and I was already kind of making jokes on Twitter because according to Gary Bettman, Dave Hextall coaches the Seattle Kraken, which was kind of it's funny because that was kind of a running joke in Philly for a while because you had Hextall and Hextall. There's the GM and there's the coach, and their names sound very similar, so it could be very easy to mix it up. And there goes Gary Bettman, literally doing it 5 minutes into this show, and from there, I think we were just off the rails at that point. I mean, I did give them props for one thing though. I think their jerseys are really sick. I think their
jerseys are nice. Yes.
So that I think they've got it going for them, but the roster didn't look too good, at least in the moment, and the presentation was just kind of weird.
Also, does Ron Francis just not smile?
I probably not much. I mean, he's probably all business like most of these GMs are. You know, I mean, let's put it this way. We used to think that about Ron Hextall too, or like, you know, does anything crack him up or anything like that? Not really. You know, we don't get much personality from certain guys. I mean, this isn't, you know, I guess everybody would love it if Brian Burke was up there giving you personality and just kind of laying it out there without going through the filter, but not everybody's like that. So sure. I think what you see is what you get from Ron Francis.
Kevin Durso joining us, our Flyers insider for 97.3 ESPN.com and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. All right, as promised, so for those who don't know, I do a weekly top 10 Thursday list, all right? And this week is right in Kevin Durso's wheelhouse, all right? The top 10 Thursday was greatest Flyers skaters drafted by the team. So it's a very specific prerequisite. You had to be drafted by the franchise. So there's no Tim Kerr. There's no McLeish. There's no Lindros. There's no LeClaire. There's a bunch of dudes who just can't be on this list because the Flyers didn't draft them.
Yeah.
But I understand that people are looking at the list right now being like, why did you include this person? Why did you not include this person? So, Kevin, I'm not afraid of criticism, so you can give it to me right now. Anybody else can tweet at me. You can text the text board because I think we all agree number one is Bobby Clark, but the rest of the list I feel like is going to take some arrows.
Sure. Bobby Clark was the first name that came to my mind as well. I looked at the list. Now, I'm going to, full disclosure, when you texted me about this earlier in the week, I just saw draft picks, so I did not follow the same prerequisites that you did. I do have goalies on the list that I came up with, but my honorable mentions had enough skaters that I could round out a top 10 of just skaters as well if I had to. So okay. I'm in a position to do 10 skaters, but I did include in my top 10 of draft picks, I had 3 goalies on the list.
Okay, well, I would have had what you would have had Hextall, right?
Yep.
Who then now does Perrant count as a draft pick because he was an expansion draft pick?
No, so I did not count the expansion picks. I also kind of to go along because I'll kind of give full disclosure because I was going to not look at the list, but I couldn't help it. I looked at your list because you had sent it over and you told me it was up. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this. And we actually have, I believe we have 6 matching names on the list. Now I also had 3 goalies. So that basically left me with one option that I had that you didn't on there.
Okay.
On top of that, the thing that I did and there's 2 names that apply on your list that I would not have included because I kind of looked at their longevity with the Flyers more. So if they had great success as a player, possibly Hall of Fame credentials, but they did it elsewhere, I kind of left them out of the list.
Right. So you didn't have Forsberg on your list then?
No, I did not. And I also did not have Patrick Sharp on the list, even as Flyers draft picks, because their success came elsewhere. But I also, but to kind of go along. Yeah. But to go, so the other 2 goalies, I'll give that one first. And the other 2 goalies were Pelle Lindbergh and Brian Boucher.
Okay.
Because
I don't know if Boucher should be. I love Boucher, but I mean, does he really deserve a ranking as one of the greatest Flyers draft picks?
I'm looking at my list because I wrote down some numbers too to back it all up, as you would have expected, I'm sure. So in Pelle Lindbergh's case, Pelle Lindbergh is 10th all time in Flyers history in games played, and then 7th in wins, tied for 10th in shutouts. Boucher's actually 6th all time in games played, 10th all time in wins, 10th in goals against average, 9th in shutouts. So he really played here for longer than I think people think. And, I think I've said this before about Carter Hart, too, like in terms of when, maybe not last season, but the year before when things were going really, really well. It's not going to take a lot for him to become maybe a top 10 goalie in franchise history if he's here for, say, 3 more years. Like, if he wins 25 more games, he's already in the top 10 in wins in franchise history. So that goes to show you the goaltending struggles this franchise has had. And now, everybody read off the common ones first that we both shared on the list, because you also had Bill Barber on the list. You also had Brian Propp on the list. You also had Rick Tocchet on the list. You had Simone Gagne on the list, and you had Claude Giroux on the list. I agree 1,000% with all of them. They all rank very highly in terms of whether it's games played, point production, all of that stuff. So the only other one that I had on my top 10 with the 3 goalies, obviously, that was not on your list was Pelle Eklund. Pelle Eklund played 589 games with the Flyers. That's 23rd all-time in franchise history, which obviously you have to factor in that as a draft pick, original draft pick of the team, as an amateur player going to the pros. This doesn't factor in the expansion players like Rick McLeish. This doesn't factor in trade acquisitions or guys like that, like who came in later. So, and Eklund put up 452 points in that 589 games, which is pretty impressive when you consider, he might not be the first name that comes to mind from those teams in the 80s, but he had a really solid career. Now, we had a common thread with some of the honorable mentions, or at least you had one on the list that was an honorable mention for me that I would easily, if I was just doing skaters, throw in. That was Jeff Carter. I would probably, if I had to round out and remove the other 2 goalies in addition to Carter, I would say Mike Richards probably could qualify as a really successful draft pick. Sean Couturier is right there. I know he was on your honorable mentions list. Peter Zezel was on your honorable mentions list. I had Scott Mellenby, who was 10th on your list, all the way down in my others group. Wasn't even on my honorable mentions, but I would have moved him up quickly if I took all the goalies out, I guess. A couple of the other ones, Sean Couturier is getting really close to being one of these top picks because he's been around for a long time and the points are coming for him. I threw in as recognizable names anyway. Michael Renberg, part of the Legion of Doom. He was a draft pick and not here for a long time because he only played 366 games with the Flyers, but 296 points alongside of guys like Lindros and Leclerc who couldn't make the list because they weren't draft picks. And then finally, maybe not the obvious name that comes to mind, but I put Chris Therien down because while not the most productive defenseman in terms of points and things like that, he's 5th all time in games played in Flyers history. So when you're talking about longevity, I think that applies.
Yeah, see, it seems like what you did is you were saying, their Flyers career was your emphasis.
Yes.
Whereas my emphasis was their overall production of careers overall, whether it fully happened in Philadelphia or not. And I understand, like with the Sharp, I definitely pulled the technicality card.
Sure. And well, you know what? I think you actually had one of your honorable mentions. I probably would have actually bumped Mellenby out of 10th and put him in his place. I would have possibly bumped Mellenby for Justin Williams because, when you win Stanley Cups as regularly as he did and you're Mr. Game 7 and, he's got a great shot at being a Hall of Famer. So I think that down the line, if that's the case, he becomes a much more prominent player on this list as an original Flyer draft pick first.
Well, Kevin, that's one of the things I think that gets overlooked, and that is, Brian Propp, I have high on the list. He's not a Hall of Famer yet, but he absolutely should be in the Hall of Fame. And Jeff Carter is 1 goal away from 400 for his career as a goal scorer. Like, Rick Tocchet is the most goals in Flyers history. Tocchet's not in the Hall of Fame. Propp's not in the Hall of Fame. So it's like, I don't even know how the Hall of Fame works half the time because I feel like the Hockey Hall of Fame, there are guys who could be in there and they're just not putting them in.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I know that this is a thing, too, because I believe this is a thing with Billy Schweim on the locker room, too. He's made the case for Brian Propp to be a Hall of Famer, and I agree with it. First of all, Brian Propp's one of the few guys in league history who passes the threshold of that 1,000-point in your career mark. He has over 1,000 points, just barely, but he got there. And if you're part of that club, it's an exclusive club. I think you should be in. And I mean, his Flyers rankings speak for themselves because he's top 5 in just about every category. He's 4th in games played, 2nd in goals, 3rd in assists, 4th in points. And it's funny because we'll put Claude Giroux on this list, obviously, and we said for obvious reasons, Claude Giroux is passing Brian Propp in a lot of these categories. The only thing Claude Giroux doesn't do as well as Brian Propp did is score goals. But from an assist standpoint, game play point.
Here's my problem, Kevin. I feel like he's a stat compiler. Okay. I feel like you play that many games, and if you're good enough, you're going to get there. Like, for me, Claude Giroux, he's played, what is it right now? I think it's like 900 and some games.
Yeah.
At this point in a Flyers uniform, you have guys like Brian Propp who played less games in a Flyers uniform and others who did better stats in certain areas than he did. And I feel like Giroux, like, it's not diminishing him, but I feel like he's had a very good career. He's a great Flyer, but in terms of the rest of the league, like some of the guys on the list to me, like when Patrick Sharp is like among the 10 best in a season in his goal scoring, or, a guy like Barber who is putting up ridiculous scoring numbers for some of those seasons. And Barber played way less games than Giroux did. And then be like, well, Giroux's top 10 in all these categories. I'm like, but would he be top 10 if he didn't play 900 games?
Well, that's fair to ask. And certainly the success of these teams goes into it as well. I mean, when you're not making the playoffs in half of your seasons as a captain, I don't know if the Flyers missed the playoffs when Brian Propp was playing because of the fact that for the years of his career, they were just going on runs. They made the Stanley Cup final, I think, with Propp 3 times, 80, 85, and 87. So he's a key part of that. And when you make 3, I mean, they didn't win, obviously, but you make 3 runs at it, you're doing something right, obviously. So I don't think it's definitely debatable where you rank them in terms of that. I think Giroux is a top 10 Flyer all time, but you could rank them in a bunch of areas. No one's surpassing Bobby Clark at the top. No one's No one's asking you to say Bill Barber's not among the greatest. I mean, they're in the rafters for a reason. They're the top numbers for a reason. And certainly we bypass a lot of different names that have become, like we said, you don't put Eric Lindros on this list. You don't put Mark Howe on this list because they weren't drafted by the Flyers. So there's great players that the Flyers had to acquire just as much as anything. So yeah, I kind of took it from the very specific, what have they done for the Flyers more than anything else. But nonetheless, it's a great topic. It's taken me back to last year when we were trying to figure out, first of all, when I was trying to figure out what to write when there was no games on. And then 2, when pretty much every day I looked forward to the MGPT top 5 lists. It was fun. Right. And this felt like putting together another list. So I was more than up for the task of trying to look some stuff up and come up with the list of top 10 Flyer draft picks or Flyer skater picks, or however we want to look at it. It was fun regardless.
All right, so if you had to give me a grade, what would you give me on this list?
Well, you got off to a great start by having 6 of the 10 that I would have had anyway, and then I threw goalies in, so I kind of messed that up. So I really had a 7th lined up anyway. I honestly, you know what? I give you also a lot of credit for putting Mellenby in there because I bumped Mellenby down to the others just because I'm looking at other names going, I don't know, maybe not that guy, maybe a guy can surpass him down the line or whatever. So I didn't think you would be thinking on the same page as me by even mentioning Scott Mellenby, let alone having him in the top 10. So I would say that this is a solid A minus A kind of range.
Wow.
Like, it's a good list. It's a really good list. I mean, you were right there with me on a lot of these picks. I mean, on the honorable mentions are right there. And you know what? If I had to go off of like you said, your parameters were more overall career. Well, then obviously, like for me, the first name that comes to mind when you go who had a great career that didn't do it majority with the Flyers, Peter Forsberg comes to mind right away, and I would easily say that. But I was thinking more strictly from Flyers success. But so in that regard, I think that those were all outstanding picks, and you had it down to the honorable mentions. There was a lot of really good honorable mentions there as well.
Well, folks, you can check out the full list right now on 97.3ESPN.com. If Kevin Durso says they did a good job, I definitely didn't mess up too much then. So,
For sure.
And here's the thing with Forsberg, really quick before I let you go, Kevin.
Sure.
You don't have Lindros without Forsberg. So
right.
Like there's a part of Flyers history that, whether Forsberg is a great quote unquote Flyer or not, was a key piece of that trade because there's no way that trade is made if Forsberg isn't included. If you look at history, like they had the documentary on I want to call it Comcast Sportsnet, NBC Sports Philadelphia, about how like they wanted Forsberg. So like that deal got done because he was in that trade. So you don't have the Lindros era. You don't have all that stuff happen if Forsberg isn't drafted by the Flyers, isn't part of that trade. And then Forsberg comes back in 100 games and is still a star in this league. So to me, I could not put him on the list.
Yeah, and not only that, but I mean, the story of how that trade comes together, the fact that the Rangers were involved for a little while in that too, that both teams had a deal, and then they had to go to an arbitrator to find out who got Lindros in the first place, and then all the players that either went from Quebec when they moved to Colorado or as part of this deal and all that stuff that turned into the Colorado Avalanche that won 2 Stanley Cups down the line, and also pieces from that deal that later on became pieces of the 2001 Colorado Avalanche that were that was almost a super team back then. But all of that comes into play, and it was a shame. The first few months that Peter Forsberg was a Flyer post lockout were outstanding. He still had it. You had to go see it, and then the injuries crept up on him. It's funny too that we're talking about Peter Forsberg like this. His birthday was yesterday, I think. So
was it really?
Yes, I believe they said it was his 48th birthday yesterday, and
wow.
Believe it or not, there's a funny video on YouTube too. There's videos of like these when players go undercover for things like that. There's a video of Peter Forsberg going undercover in a Swedish men's league and starts off playing awful, like he doesn't even know the game, and then just turns it on, and he still looks good skating. He just looks outstanding. And I don't know how long ago that would have been, probably 4 or 5 years ago. But if that's the case, and he was 44, 45 years old and skating around like that, he looked pretty good. Some of these guys are in excellent shape even into their 40s as they play, just men's league games. Eric Lindros still says he plays men's league games too in Canada, so they still stay involved.
I love that. I love it. All right, Kevin, I appreciate you indulging me today. Great coverage on the website. Gostisbehere traded Flyers. They have the 13th pick as of this moment in tomorrow night's draft. And of course, all the coverage, 973ESPN.com, at Kevin_Durso on Twitter. And he joined us live on the stream where he showed you the Gostisbehere that he has to retire for his wife. As soon as this show is done, he's got to donate it to Goodwill or something, right?
Well, it's also signed, so I don't know if it's getting donated, but it might have to go into the into the folds of history, I suppose, or whatever. But anyway, you know what? I got to run anyway because of the fact that we are about 5 minutes away from the schedule reveal. So Flyer schedule,
ESPN television.
Yes, and I will have the list of scheduled games up there on the website. I'm not going to reveal it. I'll tweet it in about 10 minutes whenever I see it, but I just got a tweet or a text, I should say, from somebody about one detail that's going to be really fun coming up really early in the season.
There he is, Flyers insider, Kevin Durso. Follow on Twitter at Kevin_Durso. Great stuff, Kev. Talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, Josh.
Josh Hennick here, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right. Coming up on the other side, it will technically be game night. All right. So we'll technically switch from Sports Bash to game night, so we'll keep it right here on 97.3 ESPN FM. We're still on the live stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You can keep the text coming, 609-403-0973. Also, 30 minutes from now, NBA writer Keith Smith joins the show. We'll get his perspective on the latest on the NBA offseason, Ben Simmons, Sixers, and more, right here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Don't forget, all your Flyers, Sixers, Phillies, Eagles coverage, high school sports, and more. 97.3 ESPN.com, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Download it for free. We send you alerts when any news breaks. You heard Durso say they're announcing a schedule today. He'll have all the information up there on the website. It'll be on the app, but you got to download it to get those alerts. And it's a free app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. Back with more. Josh Hennig right here, hanging out with you.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Indeed delivers great candidates fast. In fact, Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined, according to Talent Nest.
More at Indeed.com/credit.
No matter the mileage, no matter the make, no matter what you owe, Matt Black Kia wants your vehicle today. Even if you don't want to buy a new car from us, we need to replenish our inventory, so we need your vehicle, no matter the situation. Stuck in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released. Get cash for your car today. Up to 125% of Kelly Blue Book fair market value, even if you don't buy a car from us. However, if you are looking for a new ride, take advantage of New Jersey Charge Up Incentive Program. Get 10 grand off on all brand new 2020 Niro EV. All 2021 Kia Souls. $1,500 cash back or pay 0 interest for 60 months on every Kia Sportage, Forte, and Stinger.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 or 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1667 per 1,000 borrowed. Negative equity financed into new loan. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details. Expires 8/6/2021. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Are you a Philly sports fanatic? Do you love to travel and cheer on our hometown squad across the country? You need to check out Philly Sports Trips. Join your fellow Philly sports fans and book your trip with Philly Sports Trips to cheer on the Birds this fall as they travel to Las Vegas to take on the Raiders. Travel packages can include chartered airfare, hotel, rides to and from the airport and stadium, game tickets, tailgate parties, entertainment, and more. Check out all the great Vegas travel packages Philly Sports Trips offers. Visit phillysportstrips.com.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers,
Oh, yeah!
and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is Game Night with Josh Hennig on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Now, live from the Matt Black Kia Studios.
What a move!
Here's Josh Hennig.
Josh Hennig back in here with you. 6 o'clock hour, my usual slot here on 97.3 ESPN. Filled in for Mike Gill for part of the show today. He will be back early next week. He'll be off tomorrow. I'll be filling in for Mike Gill from 2 to 6 tomorrow. But we got one more day of game night this week here on 97.3 ESPN. Keep a text coming, 609-403-0973. To get in on the conversation, as long as your text is coherent and I can understand what you're talking about. I would love to get you guys involved in the conversation, but there's a, got to be coherent, guys. Come on. A couple of you on the YouTube stream as well. Love to get you guys involved. But I need coherent conversation. We're here to have conversation. We're not here to... I'm not fully sure what some of you guys are trying to say, but hope you guys are having a good day either way. We got to talk more NBA coming up with Keith Smith, Spot Rack NBA writer, contributor for Yahoo Sports, but mainly works with Spot Rack. Does Keith Smith. He'll be joining us coming up at 6:20 to get into the NBA. Plus, we will get to your thoughts and comments on the latest news of the day. If you didn't hear, Shane Gostisbehere has been traded along with a 2nd-round pick and a 7th-round pick to Arizona in a salary cap dump, opening up $4.5 million salary cap space for the Philadelphia Flyers. Odubel Herrera has been activated from the injured list. Nick Maton has been optioned to Lehigh Valley, and the Phillies are sending Alec Boehm on a rehab assignment. So whether he comes back up or not, we will find out. So we have that to get to as well throughout the show. And of course, the NFL news throughout the day. Still no update on Steven Nelson and his status. We do know that Stephon Gilmore has reported to Patriots camp, and he was put on the physical unable to play list. But it looks like he would be healthy and be able to play for week 1, despite the PUP placement on the list. That is according to multiple reports. But no Steven Nelson news. He is still outstanding out there. Zach Ertz, as we know, is in the building. He's been working out with the team. He's expected to be a part of training camp this year. And looking around the NFL, you can't not get excited, right? Despite all the fiasco going on in the world about COVID and about money and about logistics and all the things that are going on around us, if you're not excited for football and you claim to love football, I'm going to tell you guys, because I'm getting excited watching guys show up for camp. I feel like it feels like we've been without football for longer than usual, right? And I don't know if that maybe is just, hyperbole because of the way the last 18 months of our lives have gone. Last year we were just glad to have football. Now this year, we are more glad to have football because we know what to expect. Like last year, we didn't know what to expect. We didn't know what to expect with all the protocols, with all the scenarios, with all the postponements, with all the guys opting out of the season. This year, to me, the anticipation is greater. And for the team like the Eagles in our backyard, there's so many questions that have to be answered. There's so many things that we don't have an answer to right now that I'm excited to find the answers to sooner than later. I want to know what Jalen Hurts is going to be as an NFL quarterback, because we've only seen Jalen Hurts play in adverse circumstances. He came in for Carson Wentz in that Green Bay game. He played with basically a duct tape offensive line in front of him. The Eagles had the most offensive line injuries in the NFL last year. He played an offense that was really not meant for him at all. And you could argue that Doug Peterson was just, basically passing the time. He wasn't really giving his best foot forward to put Jalen Hurts in a position to be successful. So at the end of the day, you could argue that we don't even know what Jalen Hurts is. We have theories. Everyone has an opinion. But a lot of that is based on which side of the paradigm do you stand on. Listen, if you're someone who looks at Jalen Hurts and says, I saw him do XYZ in college and I know he can be a good NFL quarterback, then I have to believe that he still has that in there to be successful in the NFL. But if you're someone who is under the opinion that, Jalen Hurts is just not going to be good and you're going to hold the completion percentage against him, even though it's been proved by multiple people that the completion percentage is an inaccurate stat when it comes to measuring him at this point in time, then you're going to believe he's bad. So I'm looking forward to finding out, what is Jalen Hurts? Who is Jalen Hurts? And what happens when he plays either good or bad this year? How are people going to react? What are people going to say about it? Look what else is going on. You have a situation where you have a rookie wide receiver, Heisman Trophy winner, Devonta Smith. What is he going to look like? New head coach. What's the offense going to look like? We all have theories and opinions about it, but I can't guarantee you anything. I can't promise you anything. I'm not 100% sure of anything when it comes to this team. And that's exciting to me. I'm excited of the unknown. I know some people are scared of that kind of stuff, and I get that. But for me, I look at it as this is exciting. We're going to find out exactly who Sirianni and Hurts and all these guys really are, because this is a whole new world for the Eagles. And every team in the division has questions. There's no team in this division that should be the clear-cut favorite. Listen, the Dallas Cowboys are currently the favorite to win the division. According to Doug Kazarian of ESPN, the last 10 times the Cowboys were favorites to win the division, they only won it once. And every team that's been on Hard Knocks has never gotten to the Super Bowl that year. So I think that the odds are the Cowboys are not going to have as great of a season as some people think they are going to. I think that Dak Prescott is an MVP candidate and the offense is going to be monster, but I still don't believe in the defense. And if one of those important offensive linemen goes down, how is that going to affect the offensive, just everything? It's going to be a mess. So, you know what? consider me intrigued by the NFC East. The Giants made a lot of improvements, but will any of them add up? They got a bunch of wide receivers, but they can't be all on the field at the same time. You got Sterling Shepard. You signed Kenny Galladay. You drafted Kadarius Toney. You already have Evan Ingram, who basically is a receiver playing the tight end position. You have Darius Slayton. That's a lot of receivers. You can't have them all on the field at the same time. It's very unlikely. So when you break it down, I don't know what the Giants' offense is going to be. I don't know if Daniel Jones is going to step up. Is that defense actually going to be better this year than it was last year? Fingers crossed for Giant fans, it is. And then you got Washington. It still doesn't have a team name, which is one of the stupidest things in sports. Their defense is elite, but their offense has questions. Does Ryan Fitzpatrick have any Fitzmagic left in that arm? What if he loses that starting job competition to Tyler Heineke? Then what happens? You know, Washington didn't draft a quarterback this year, so they're not exactly in a position to go with a young player, per se, who they could build around. Then you got to look at the situation with the rest of the offense. Antonio Gibson's a really good running back, but he got nicked up a bit last year. Can he stay healthy for a full year? Wide receiver. Curtis Samuel and Terry McLaurin may have played together at Ohio State, but they're very different wide receivers. And Curtis Samuel is more of a gadget player at this point than an everyday down in and down out receiver. So there's a lot of questions in the NFC East. And that's why you should be excited with the season starting up, because there's so much unknown. It's fascinating to me. Josh Hennick here on Game Night on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Get all your alerts on the Phillies, Sixers, Eagles, and Flyers and high school sports right now. If you get the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, stay up to date on all the breaking news from Philadelphia sports and South Jersey high school sports. Now, a bigger football conversation to be had is the NFL as a whole. I think most people assume that the Bucs are a favorite and the Chiefs are a favorite, but what about the rest of the teams? And even the Chiefs and the Bucs have questions. Look at the Chiefs. They have a brand new offensive line. This line has never played together before. How many weeks is it going to take for them to become cohesive? I have no idea. Well, the Buccaneers brought back almost the entire team from last year. But they didn't have a lot of injuries last year. So what happens if injuries pile up this year? Will they still be able to overcome those injuries, or will they lack depth? And then, let's take it a step further. Lamar Jackson still hasn't gotten to a Super Bowl, even though he's won the league MVP. Then you have, go over to Buffalo. Buffalo was one game away from the Super Bowl. Can they make that step this year? I don't know. They were mostly healthy last year. What happens if they have any injuries? Can they overcome them? Can they survive that whole situation? Look at the NFC. There's no more Drew Brees, so are the Saints even competitors anymore? Are they contenders? Are the 49ers going to be healthy this year enough to be contenders? Do you believe in the Cardinals? J.J. Watt, A.J. Green, big names. How productive are they? So there's a lot of questions out there, folks. There's a lot that we're not sure of. There's a lot to figure out. I'm looking forward to it. I really am. Josh and Nick here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Text board is open as always, 609-403-0973. If you want to get on the conversation, we're also live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. All right, joining me on the other side to get into the NBA. We talked some NFL right there. The NBA offseason, we're a week away from the NFL draft, the NBA draft. Tomorrow night's the NHL draft. Keep up. A lot of drafts going on here. And then free agency is a couple weeks away. What's going on with the Sixers? what's going on with the rest of the league? Well, that's Keith Smith right here on Game Night on 97.3 ESPN FM. I'm Josh Hennig. You can follow me on Twitter at Josh Hennig. We are live in the Matt Black Kia studios. Matt Black Kia, let me get you approved today. Matt Black Kia, Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. Visit them online at mattblackkia.com.
Hey, South Jersey, this is Billy Schwein. Tune into The Locker Room every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN. Each weekend in The Locker Room, you will get passionate sports talk from a fan's perspective, along with interviews with some of the biggest names in sports. That's every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon in The Locker Room with me, Billy Schwein, on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, because nothing could be finer than talking sports with a Schweiner.
No matter the mileage, no matter the make, no matter what you owe, Matt Kia wants your vehicle today. Even if you don't want to buy a new car from us, we need to replenish our inventory, so we need your vehicle, no matter the situation. Stuck in a loan or lease? Matt Kia wants to get you released. Get cash for your car today, up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book fair market value, even if you don't buy a car from us. However, if you are looking for a new ride, take advantage of New Jersey Charge Up Incentive Program. Get 10 grand off on all brand new 2020 Nero EV, all 2021 Kia Souls, $1,500 cash back, or pay 0 interest for 60 months on every Kia Sportage, Forte, and Stinger.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Offers with approved Tier 1 or 2 credit through Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 7 for 1,000 borrowed. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details. Expires 8/6/2021. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Hey, sports bettors, it's Mike Gill, and I wanted to share with you how I've been cashing in on the PropSwap Sports Bets resale app. On average, sellers on PropSwap have been making $500 a month. It's easy. Just post all your betting tickets for sale on PropSwap and let them find you a buyer. Listing your ticket is always free, and if it sells, great. But if not, the bet is still yours to keep. If you're not selling sports bets on PropSwap, you're missing out on incredible side hustle. Start making extra money today by downloading the PropSwap app and selling your sports bets.
Are wasps, ants, or carpenter bees bugging you? Viking Pest Control can protect your home or business this summer. For a limited time, new customers save $50 on any service. Get a fast free quote at VikingPest.com.
You're listening to Game Night with Josh Hennig on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Josh Henning back here on Game Night on 97.3 ESPN, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. And as always, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. We'll get into the NBA offseason right now. We are a week away from the NBA draft and a couple weeks away from the start of free agency. So to join us to get into all that and more, the Sixers, Ben Simmons, the whole 9 yards, it is Keith Smith, and he joins us right now here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Keith, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Josh. How are you?
Doing pretty good. You know, we're a week away from the draft, and it feels like for the NBA, it's a letdown that the series is done because, you know, usually in the past, it's like, you know, you get excited for the offseason, free agency, but it feels like after that NBA Finals that it's like you almost wanted it to go on longer, even though you had a great Finals. It's almost like you're disappointed that it's over. At least for me, is what it feels like.
Yeah, I'm with you. They could have said, hey, you know what? We're going to make this a best of 9 or best of 11, and I would have been in. I would have been there. It's, you know, I'm sure the Bucks wouldn't really cared for that very much, but I certainly would have liked it.
Now, speaking of the Bucks, obviously it's the feel good story, right? It's that Giannis won. It's the fact that the quote unquote small market won. And, you know, Keith, I was saying the other day about the fact that, you know, if you are the casual fan, if you're the average basketball fan, if you're the intermediate fan, Giannis has got to be your guy, right? Like this guy, he's humble, he's hardworking, he's a man of the people. He goes and orders 50 nuggets over at Chick-fil-A. You know, he's everything that a person would want in an athlete. He's a great story. He's a great human being. Like, there's nothing to dislike about this guy.
He is arguably the most he had. Got it. Excuse me, with Giannis, one of the things is every once in a while you hear people really gripe about, you know, I'm tired of this guy, you know, getting so many foul shots and, you know, drawing all these calls and all this stuff. But that's not really him. They're just mad at he's getting the calls. But when you really boil it down, everybody likes this guy. And I think this is a champion and a championship team that everybody can really kind of get behind to be happy about, minus except probably the Suns fans.
Right, exactly. The Suns fans are let down. And, you know, for the Bucks, you know, does this create any sort of ripple effect in the league? Or, you know, do you expect, you know, the rest of the teams to just kind of like ho-hum at it? Because to me, I got to wonder, you know, the Bucks are the one team now, excuse me, aside from the Lakers, with experience. Lakers have experience with their core. The Bucks have experience. The Nets, they can't stay healthy. The Sixers, they haven't gotten to the conference finals. The Clippers, they didn't even have Kawhi Leonard in the conference finals this year. So you could look around the league, the rest of the contenders, they don't have the Bucks experience right now. The only other team that has experience is really the Suns.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what we're going to see the league do is very clearly divide into haves and have-nots. And it's going to be teams that are going for it and teams that are saying, hey, we're pretty far away. We're going to, you know, really rebuild this. And that happens to some extent every year, but there's usually a healthy middle ground. And I think this year that middle ground may not exist. I think we're going to end up with, you know, 10, 11, 12, 15 teams maybe that feel like, hey, why not us? Like we can be the Bucks. We can be the Suns. We make the right moves and we stay healthy. We can be there in the end. And I think you're going to start seeing those teams really try to pick off the teams that are trying to get things back on track and rebuild. And that's the kind of approach that I think you're going to see is all these teams are looking at and saying, it's absolutely wide open. We can get in this thing very, very quickly here.
Keith Smith joining us here on Game Night on 97.3 ESPN FM at Keith Smith NBA on Twitter. Check out his work over at Spot Rack. Keith, for the Suns, the losing team, are they going to be able to bring this group back? Because I know everyone keeps saying that, well, Chris Paul can opt out, but it's like, if Chris Paul really wants to win, is there really a better option out there than just staying in Phoenix?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think there's a team that's ready-made for Chris Paul to join and say, hey, here we go. Because Chris Paul is not at the point in his career, production-wise, he's going to be saying, and chase a ring. He's way too good for that. He also has a level of responsibility as the president of the Players Association where he can't just do that, because then every team is going to hold up and say, hey, wait a minute, this guy did it, why not you? So he knows he's in a little bit of a different place. So I think you're going to see Chris Paul likely still opt out, but unless it becomes, a really great deal somewhere else where he feels like, hey, this team is far ahead of where the Phoenix Suns are, I think you see him re-sign right in Phoenix, because they've got a pretty good thing going. Like you mentioned earlier, they've got experience now. They've got some young guys that are only going to continue to get better. And Chris Paul is really the only older player on that roster that you kind of look at and say, all right, he's the only guy you could see an age-related decline coming. Everybody else, I think, should still be as good as they are, if not continuing to grow.
Keith, with all that being said, obviously a lot of people in this area want to know how all of this impacts the 76ers. Obviously, the Sixers are in flux right now. So what is the impact of the Bucks winning the NBA Finals on the Sixers in your mind?
Yeah, I think it puts a little bit of pressure on them, because I think there is a sense that they should have been that team this year, right? If there was going to be somebody who got by the Nets and took them down, why not Philadelphia? The Bucks did it, and then Philly couldn't get past Atlanta. So I think there starts to be a little bit of a, hey, why not them? And I think that starts to turn into a thing. Or why couldn't they have beaten the Bucks if they got there? And I think for Philadelphia, what they need to do now is they're going to have to really decide, all right, one, we've talked about this over and over again, but hey, are we done with Ben Simmons? Are we going to move on from this? And that doesn't mean you're giving him away for nothing and you're treating him as a salary dump or anything like that. But you need to really decide, is it time to move on from Ben Simmons? And then it needs to be, the next question is, all right, who's the star we're bringing in alongside Joel Embiid? Because you have to, even with these two teams that made it, Milwaukee still has Giannis and Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday. Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris is a nice player. Then a whole bunch of nice role players is a good team, but it's not a championship team. So it's going to be, can you get that third star, or can you get Ben Simmons rebuilt into a point where he can be that third guy for you that can really lift you to that title?
Now, with all that being said, obviously there's a group of Sixer fans who look at Ben Simmons like, I don't want Ben Simmons back here. I'm tired of Ben Simmons. So what do you think the possibility is of Ben Simmons not being in the Sixers uniform next year?
Yeah, normally whenever we're talking about a guy who's made all-star teams and all league teams as he has as an all-defense player, I'm going to put the odds extremely low. If we're talking about Damian Lillard, I think there's less than a 10% chance he's on a different team but the Trailblazers. In the case of Simmons, I put it around 50%, which is extremely high. And the reason I have it so high is because, one, there were a lot of things said when they lost that are really difficult to walk back and kind of say, hey, all right, we're all in this together, and get back everybody on the same page. The other part of it is those that there are already trade rumors that are out there that are linking specific names to a Ben Simmons trade. That comes from somewhere, and that generally says to me, when there's that much smoke, there's fire. So I think it is highly likely that Ben Simmons is gone. But if it happens that way, it's going to be because Daryl Morey found a trade or a series of trades where you start linking 2-3 trades together, where it is really, the Heat added another superstar in next to Embiid to try to lift the team, because he's not just going to move on from Simmons to just move on from Simmons.
Yeah, the other thing, Keith, is I've asked this question before, and I don't know if there's a real perfect answer for this, but in reality, if two people are talking about a future without each other, they're already halfway to moving on, right? You don't have a meeting with Rich Paul, Morey, and the Sixers if you're not at least considering the potential of trading him anyway. And between that and all the reports out there, it just feels like this might be inevitable, even if it's not before the season, maybe before the end of next season.
Yeah, I agree with you. Because, if everything's cool, he's not a free agent. He's not due for a new contract. He's not due for a contract extension. There's no reason to meet with Rich Paul. That should have been, hey, we'll talk to you in a couple more years when his contract stuff starts happening. That was definitely a conversation. My guess is from the Rich Paul Clutch Sports side is, what are you doing to my guy here? You know, you trashed him after you lost. You know, where are we at with this? You know, are we moving him? Or are we not? Let's, make up our minds. And then from the Sixers side, it has to be a conversation of, hey, we're not done. We're not just giving him away. But if we find the right deal, we've got to at least, really think about it hard. So I think that is closer than it has ever been to, both sides going their separate ways.
Now, the name you mentioned earlier is Damian Lillard. And listen, my position on this, Keith, is I feel like the world wants Lillard traded more than Lillard and Portland wants Lillard traded. I feel like that's where I'm personally at right now. What is your perspective on all this Lillard stuff?
Yeah, 100% spot on. When we're into the finals, we're watching the games, but there's only two teams playing. So we don't have games to break down and stuff to discuss for, the other 28 teams. So we all start, immediately moving into off-season mode, and a big part of off-season mode is dreaming. And that's what's going on with the Lillard stuff. Yeah, if Portland says we're putting Damian Lillard on the block, 29 teams are calling. If Damian Lillard says, I want to be traded, 29 teams are calling because he's Damian Lillard. But the reality is, everybody keeps saying, well, Anthony Davis got traded. Anthony Davis had 1 year left under contract and made it extremely clear to everyone and anyone that he was going to the Los Angeles Lakers. There was not a question about that. He was done with the Pelicans, and he really made it clear, if and when I'm traded, it better to be to LA because that's where I'm signing, if not, as a free agent. Lillard has 3 years under contract before then he hits a player option. Portland doesn't have to do anything. Portland can sit tight right now and say, hey, too bad. We got to figure this out. Now, if he says I want traded, he's meant too much to that franchise and all that. But I think what Damian Lillard has done is he's doing what I call exercising the superstars right, which is basically saying, hey, I'm putting you on notice. If you don't figure this out and figure it out quickly, I'm going to ask for some changes here. And those changes may be I get traded, you fire the general manager, whatever it is. He's setting the stage for I'm going to start chirping like I've never chirped before, more so than saying trade me right now.
Yeah, and also to make the football analogy, Keith, it feels a little like Russell Wilson, where it's like, it's not that he wants to leave. He just wants the team to do a better job at building around him kind of thing. And I got to think if I'm Portland, I'm Damian Lillard, I'm looking at the Bucks and Giannis right now, and I'm like, hey, man, if they can figure this thing out, why can't we figure it out?
100%, yeah. And you're looking at it, the Russell Wilson example is a great one because those are two guys at the point in their career where they're saying, I don't know how many more years I have left at this level. And there is, yes, guys will sign on with the championship favorite and chase a ring at the end of their career as a, maybe a spot starter, a rotation, player, something like that. But guys would much rather do it when it's like, hey, this was my championship, right? Like this championship that was just won will always be Giannis's championship. No one can take that away from him. If Damian Lillard 4 years from now signs on with T-Max and plays 20 minutes a night for them and wins, it's going to be whoever their superstar is championship. He'll get his ring, but it's not going to be his. So he's got to be looking at this and saying, hey, I want this while it's still my championship. Well, I'm the key guy. I'm the big, driving force on this. And that's where he has to be at. And now every team has now had the excuse taken away from them of, well, we can't really get talent here because the Bucks did it 3 different ways. They drafted Giannis. All right, everybody can do that. Everybody has a chance in the draft. But then they made a smart trade to go get Chris Middleton when he was a very undervalued player. And then they made the all-in trade to go get Drew Holiday. Those are the kind of things that Damian Lillard and other small market superstars are going to be putting pressure on. And even big market stars are going to be putting pressure on and saying, hey, if the Bucks can do it, why can't we do this?
So then with all that being said, what is your reaction to the report today that said that Portland would not make a CJ McCollum, Ben Simmons trade?
Yeah, it gets kind of interesting there. There's a lot of posturing going on at this time of year, right? Everybody is, it's like the Detroit Pistons are interested in moving pick number 1. Well, are they really, or is it, hey, give us, hey, Oklahoma City, give us one of your 400 upcoming draft picks that you've traded for, and we'll trade it. Give us a whole bunch of those, and we're off we go. Or is it, posturing? And that's what I think is happening right now. CJ McCollum for Ben Simmons straight up. Yeah, maybe Portland looks at that and says, I don't know that fixes what we really need to fix. Personally, if you felt good about re-signing Norman Powell, I do that trade, 100 times out of 100, because I think you really have a really good balanced roster there that can make up for what Simmons lacks and allow him to kind of play the role as a playmaking 4 that I think he should be in. But I think that's probably all this is. It's a little bit of posturing to say, you'd have to kick something extra, or we'll give you just C.J. McCollum. We're not going to give you C.J. McCollum and 2 first-round picks, or McCollum and Anthony Simons, or anything like that. And that's where this is just both teams kind of negotiating through the media a little bit at this point.
Keith, I've also wondered, because I keep looking at all the teams that were reportedly called the Sixers, right? Like the Timberwolves and all these teams. And the more we go along, the more I'm convinced that this is going to be a Daryl Morey 3-4 team special. So this is right up your alley, Keith. The 3-4 team trade special. I think that's what gets Ben Simmons out of Philadelphia ultimately.
It may be, because Philly's challenge is, if they needed to, let's say they're really going star hunting, where we're going to trade Ben Simmons for another star. And if that other team has enough reservations that Simmons isn't enough for them, then what that turns into is, all right, where is Philly gonna add the excess value to that? Is Matisse Thybulle enough? Is Tyrese Maxey enough? Or is it, hey, we want to hold those guys back because we still want to build out a roster? Their draft picks probably aren't going to be very good. They're probably going to be draft picks for at least the next few seasons that are in the mid to low 20s because of how good the team will be. So that's where it starts to become a little bit hard. But that's where you rope in a third team, and that's where you can shuffle pieces around, deliver value, and still get the guy you want. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's where it went. If there's a guy you want constructing something complicated like that, it's someone like Daryl Morey who's been able to pull things like that off in the past.
Keith, before I let you go, always appreciate the conversation. What is the NBA offseason storyline that we have not mentioned that you're keeping an eye on?
I think just overall, I think this is going to be the year of the trade as far as the offseason goes. There's only a small handful of teams with cap space, and then there are only so many really good free agents, and most of them are point guards. So I think what we're going to ultimately see is a lot of trades, because I think if teams really want to improve and teams want to make that jump to where, hey, we're in this thing, we're going to, go after a championship, it's going to be via trade. So I think this is going to be, the year of the trade, the summer of the trade, probably a little bit of both. It'll start this summer and then extend all the way into the trade deadline.
Give him a follow on Twitter for all your NBA coverage at Keith Smith NBA. He usually joins Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on Thursdays at 3:20, but was kind enough to join us a little bit later in the day, as our day has been a little different than usual today. And he joined us here on 97.3 ESPN. Keith, great stuff today. We'll catch you on the Sports Bash next week.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it.
Josh Hennick here on Game Night on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. We'll get back to your guys' thoughts and comments on the other side. 609-403-0973 is the text word. And of course, you can jump in on the stream as well as you follow us and watch the show at 97.3 ESPN on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter.
This weekend on Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio, the Chicago White Sox sit high atop the AL Central, while the Milwaukee Brewers in first in the NL Central. And the two go head-to-head this weekend in Milwaukee.
Well struck left center field, way back and gone. Jose Abreu will touch them all.
The Brewers and White Sox. Coverage begins Saturday at 6:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern. Listen to Major League Baseball on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey, this is not a test. If you're looking for a deal on a new vehicle, get to Matt Blatt Nissan and get $2,500 off on every new 2021 Nissan Murano SUV in stock.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Yes, get $2,500 off every new 2021 Nissan Murano in stock. Drive it today with 0 down and pay 0 interest for 60 months. Plus, Matt Blatt Nissan will buy your current vehicle for cash or trade it for top dollar. What do you get? $2,500 off. 0 money down, 0% interest on every 2021 Nissan Murano in stock. And don't forget our fast track checkout. So bring any vehicle and Matt Blatt Nissan will buy it for cash or pay top dollar for any trade in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Rate qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR financing based on 1667 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 8/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
If you're ready to get back to work or are just thinking of changing careers, 97.3 ESPN's virtual job fair is the place to start. Just go to 973ESPN.com and click on the virtual job fair. You'll find exciting opportunities from a variety of local businesses, including
Precision Electronic Glass in Vineland,
Maurice Piers in Wildwood, Release Boatworks in Egg Harbor, Town Square Media in South Jersey.
Take the first step to a brighter future today. Visit 973ESPN.com.
Now, more Game Night with Josh Hennig on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Josh Hennig here on Game Night on 97.3 ESPN FM. They've been hosting the Sports Bash part of it with Mike Gill today. Mike Gill took over for the first couple hours of the Sports Bash. I had you on the back end, so glad to have you guys on board. Thanks to all of you who have stayed tuned throughout, listening on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. And of course, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Couple of news items that have come down. The full NHL schedules have been released. They'll be up on our website just momentarily, thanks to Kevin Durso of 97.3ESPN.com. He'll have that up and running for you guys momentarily. But the season opener will be October 15th versus the Canucks. So the Flyers will open the season versus Vancouver at home. So that is one thing to keep an eye on with the Flyers schedule. So some interesting details with the schedule. By the way, they get to see their old coach, Dave Haxtell, October 18th. So the NHL schedule is definitely going to be interesting, to say the least. So Kevin Durso will have all the details over there at 973ESPN.com. Also, unlike the NFL, the NHL is finding a way to get along with their players when it comes to a lot of different fronts. I never thought I'd say that because usually the NFL is usually the one that's on top of things. But I think the NHL is starting to realize how desperately they need their players if they're going to be successful long term. And so Emily Kaplan of ESPN is reporting that the NHL and the Players Association and the league have come to an agreement on the Olympics participation, that they have found a provider for specifically COVID insurance for the players. Although they're still working through some details on both of those fronts, they have come a long way, and both sides are looking very optimistic on the situation. So that's a big deal, because on the same day that the NFL goes out there and makes a statement that they do with their new COVID regulations and protocols that a bunch of players are unhappy about, which is going to cause a whole lot of legal problems and a lot of problems for players in locker rooms and a lot of disagreements that weren't necessary to have. A sport that usually gets everything wrong is getting it right. They're working with the players. And by the way, the NHL didn't just do this today. They've been doing this for the last 18 months. The NHL and the NBA have been at the forefront of working with their players when it comes to these protocols and these situations. Whereas the NFL, for some reason, today decided that they were just going to be a dictatorship. So I don't know why they decided today was dictatorship, but today's dictatorship day, apparently, in the NFL. So I just got to believe that this entity of the NFL is going to have to backtrack some of those comments, because for the players to react the way they did today, it doesn't matter what your position is on COVID, vaccinations, anything. At the end of the day, there's one thing we all know, and it's legal gray area. And for the league to make a unilateral decision the way they did on these protocols and these rules, putting the players in a position where they might have to lose salaries and forfeit games if certain prerequisites are not met. The players weren't buying that. They were never going to buy that. And it feels like the league just decided to ask forgiveness later kind of thing. It's a bad look for the league. Players are losing their minds on Twitter right now. There's a bunch of guys out there right now. It's becoming very obvious who the guys who got the vaccine and who didn't. And that's a shame, because none of this should be the way it is being handled. But it's being handled that way because we live in a world where everything has become much, much more divisive than it should be. People don't want to hear what the other side has to say. People don't want to actually do investigating and learn things for themselves. They just want to yell and scream and be mad all the time. So it's a shame. It really is. The other news I want to hit on is baseball news. Guess what? Shockingly, the Phillies were not the team to make a big trade today. It's the Tampa Bay Rays. Obviously, I say shockingly, sarcastically, because if you've heard me at all today, I've been very critical of Dave Dombrowski and his lack of interest in doing anything at this moment. But anyway, the Tampa Bay Rays are acquiring Nelson Cruz from the Twins. So we don't have the details in the full trade yet, but everyone from John Heyman to Jeff Passan and others are all reporting that Nelson Cruz is going to be heading to Tampa. They're just working on the specifics of the deal right now. So, interesting. Interesting to see the Twins have already decided they're in full sell mode, and the Rays are staying in buying mode. The Rays have built a very good team, and Cruz is going to make them really, really good. Bob Nightingale reporting the Twins-Rays trade is a 4-player deal. The Twins are getting pitcher Drew Stroman as part of the deal that sends Nelson Cruz to the Rays. So the Rays get their big bat, and the Phillies are still sitting on their hands. That's just great. I'm telling you guys, I'm just getting impatient with the Phillies. I feel like I'm seeing a team that they need help. They need help out there in that bullpen. And it's like Dombrowski I don't know what he's waiting for. You obviously need people out there. You need to do something. And it's like he has no interest in doing anything anytime quickly. I just hope that people who could be available, who would have been options for the Phillies, don't just get swept up because Dombrowski decided to wait too long. I'm frustrated, folks. I really am. I'm watching the Phillies game last night and I'm thinking, man, this team needs help. And I just kept thinking that again and again and again and again. And I don't understand why this organization thinks everything's okay. It's like, you ever see the meme of the dog sitting at the cafe and the whole place is on fire? He says, everything's okay, everything's fine. That's what I feel like I'm watching with this team. I feel like I'm watching a team that has no idea how bad it really is. Or they won't admit it to themselves. They're just, I don't know what it is. It's just really disturbing to me that they are just so disconnected in this situation. You can't be a competitive contender with Aaron Nola with a 4.64 ERA and a bullpen is not any better. But I'm supposed to sit here and act like everything's okay. Dombrowski thinks you can outscore your bullpen and your defensive issues. And I say you can't, obviously, because you lost 2 games to the Yankees you should have won. You could have been a game and a half behind the Mets or 2 games behind the Mets. Instead, you're 3.5 games behind the Mets. Just unacceptable to me. Something's got to change with the Phillies. Josh Hennick here on Game Night on 97.3 ESPN. Wrapping up the show. It's been a busy show. Thanks again to Key Smith for joining us this hour. Great insights on the NBA, Sixers, Ben Simmons, and more. Thanks to Durso for the extended segment earlier. Obviously, with Gostisbehere being traded, the NHL expansion draft was on Wednesday. The entry amateur draft is on Friday and Saturday. And then today they traded Gostisbehere. So, and that's just days after they trade away Phil Myers and Nolan Patrick and acquired Ryan Ellis. I mean, at least the Flyers doing something. At least you have one GM in this town who's being active. And I'm not saying that to be mean to anyone in particular in the rest of the city, but I'm getting impatient with Dave Dombrowski. And I think that when you look at the other GMs in the town, Daryl Morey obviously is waiting for the best deal he can get. And Howie Roseman knows only so much money to spend at this point. You just want a little action. I want a little show me that you care kind of thing going on. That's all. Before we get out of here, I did want to comment really quickly on this whole, those of you who know me, I love college football. I'm a diehard college football fan. I figured I'd save this for the end of the show. This whole story about Texas and Oklahoma trying to leave the Big 12 to go to the SEC, you know what this is about? This is about money. Texas and Oklahoma know something we don't know. And maybe Big Ten is not going to be rolling in money in about 5 years, like the SEC will be, or 4 years in that case. So, listen, if Oklahoma and Texas want to go and join a super conference, that's fine. But we got to make sure that everything's all equal, because what happens to the other schools left in the Big 12? We've seen teams leave the Big 12 before, and they struggled to stay afloat. Does the Big 12, merge with another conference? I love college football. I love college sports, but man, the greedy desire of these schools to get money is ridiculous. I'm Josh Hennig. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff. Learn more, live better.
It's time to get your grill on. What's summer without a cookout? If you're